Good morning and welcome to the second day of the Symposium on Data Analytics for Anti-Corruption for Public Administration. We have a pretty full agenda set out for today. We'll start with one of the panels on machine learning techniques and advanced data to detect corruption, and that'll be chaired by Alexandra Habershon from the World Bank. Then we're going to have several shorter sessions of 30 minutes or 15 minutes each on the ProAct platform that you heard about yesterday, Procurement, Anti-Corruption, and Transparency, as well as a presentation called Digintegrity, How Data and Technology Are Leveraging Integrity Policies in Latin America, and that'll be led by Camilo Cetina from CAF at the Development Bank of Latin America. I should have mentioned the ProAct platform presentation will be done by Mihály Fazekas. After our break, we're going to have a session from a colleague here at the World Bank and our Integrity Vice Presidency, Marcelo Donolo, on leveraging technology to improve the management of integrity risks, detecting patterns through data. And then we'll wind up the day with another panel with the papers, some of the papers that were presented in the call for papers for the symposium on measuring corruption transnationally, and that will be chaired by Erica Bosio from the World Bank. So without further ado, I'll turn the chair over to Alexandra Habershon for the first panel of the morning.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Alex Habershon. I'll be moderating this session on machine learning techniques to detect corruption. We have an exciting range of submissions. It includes a diversity of topics. For example, a paper looking at health insurance fraud using supervised and unsupervised learning from a team of practitioners in Indonesia. We have a submission that looks at identifying corruption risk in public procurement using a model drawn from epidemiology in health. That's a team from Zimbabwe. And we have a submission that looks at machine learning approaches to extract information from audit reports using natural language processing. And that's a submission that works with data from Mexico. With a panel that's focused on machine learning, we are hoping to advance the conversation around this emerging topic and emerging in the context of anti-corruption work. The use of artificial intelligence is a highly advanced field, but in anti-corruption, it's made all the more challenging by the fact that we are looking at and trying to analyze behaviors that are typically hidden from view or shrouded in secrecy. So what we're trying to find out in this session is not only do these individual techniques work at detecting corruption in the sectors that our researchers are interested in, but what challenges did they encounter in applying machine learning techniques to those goals. I'd also like to welcome my colleague Ravi Kumar as a discussant for this session. He is the team leader for Data Use and Literacy Program at the World Bank's Development Data Group. So let's kick off with our presenters, and we'll begin with the presentation with the team from Indonesia. As I mentioned, they are practitioners from the Corruption Eradication Commission in Indonesia. The team that submitted the paper includes Raisa Anissa, a monitoring specialist at the KPK, Lalu Gurin Alham, a senior fraud analyst, and Humari Faik, a researcher. Over to you, the team from Indonesia.
Hello, can you hear me clearly, Alexandra?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening from Jakarta, and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Raisa, and I would like to present my paper along with my team. I will start. Okay. So we are coming from the Indonesia Eradication Commission, Corruption Eradication Commission, and we have established or investigate this healthcare corruption since the beginning of this policy. And I would like to begin the presentation by explaining to you the national health insurance system in Indonesia, where it's one of the biggest health insurance in the world because it has a single payer, the BPJS Health in Indonesia, we call it as one of the largest single payer in the world. And also we have the member of this policy by 222 million members, and it's about 81% of the Indonesian population. We are using the case-based group where commonly implemented in this policy. And since the beginning of this policy from the 2014, it has some problems of this policy, where one of them is the deficits. The deficits mean the mismatch because between the income as well as the expense of this healthcare funding. And this deficit has been hampering this policy because they affect the payment to the hospital, the payment to the doctors, as well as hampering the services of this policy to the patients. And we find that several studies have highlighted the causes of deficit, but not many of them talking about the fraud, where it can cause or affect the expense of this funding as well. That's why we try to highlight this in this paper. And then the fraud itself in the national health insurance system has been examined by several academia. For instance, my institution has been conducting the fraud study, and then we find that in 2015 there are some transactions that can be a fraud potential in this policy. And some local-based study have already identified as well what kind of fraud that might occur, who is the actor of the fraud, but not many national level study try to explain what kind of fraud happened and is it really happening. And that's why in this paper we try to suggest the simple method in the machine learning to contribute to one of the methods to detect fraud in this policy. So we are using the publicly available data released by the BPJS Health, the payer of this insurance. It has 1 million data for the patient utilization for 1 year. It's a sample data set, not all the population, and they already cleaned the data and provide it for public for the analysis and for the policy makers. And it includes some important information, but we already cleaned the data that contain private information such as name, phone number, and other related information. And we focus this paper by analyzing the cost variable where we believe that it contributes more on the fraud as well as the deficit itself. Excuse me. And we are using the methods by 3 methods. The first is the graphical analysis. I'm sorry. And the second one is the supervised learning, where we are using the decision tree to take the importance of the feature of the variables. And also we are using the linear regression and the residual and outlier detection for the supervised learning. And the unsupervised learning, we are using the K-mode clustering, where most of the variables are using the categorical data. That's why we are using K-modes rather than K-means that usually implemented in the unsupervised learning method. And also after that, we all try to detect the outlier detection of the transaction in the health insurance itself. So this is how we conducted the data. We start by grouping the inpatient as well as the outpatient data set and proceed to the method there. We divide it into supervised and unsupervised learning. In the supervised learning, we are using the linear regression and have the residual extraction. And later on, it used as our decision criteria to detect the outlier of the data. In the unsupervised learning, we do the same methodology by grouping the inpatient and the outpatient data set and proceed and implement the K-number determination to have the cluster of the key modes itself, and we use it to detect our outliers of all the data sets in this insurance. And the interesting result that we find in the inpatient group that have the anomaly, we have around 5.14% the transaction that are anomalous in all the data set compared to the all data sets. And in the outpatient, we find that there is for the probability of the anomalous, it is the 3.56%. And it seems like it's pretty small, but it is aligned with some study that mentioned that a possible of healthcare fraud is around 5% up to 7% compared to the all national healthcare insurance in the world. So this is aligned with the finding itself, because in Indonesia, there haven't been a study talking about like how big is the healthcare fraud in Indonesia. That's why we hope by this paper can contribute some of the fraud highlight in national healthcare fraud in Indonesia. But we find also that by those around 5% of occurring or fraud, it can affect 17% to the grand of cost of all the insurance costs that happen in this data set. That's why it's also significantly can contribute to the deficit that happen in this national healthcare funding itself. And by using the unsupervised analysis, we try to make the cluster using the rapid miner, and we find some groups that are interestingly clustered by the province, the owner of the facility, and the kind of the facility type, and also the kind of disease that happening in the transaction itself. And this is how the centroid of inpatient as well as outpatient data. And by those data, we are trying to find the outliers according to the distance base, according to the previous cluster that we have. And as you can see in this presentation, that there are some anomalies that happen that might raise an alert for the law enforcement agency or the payer, the insurance payer. For instance, the one that we highlight in the yellow color, where the diseases of the justice system, it is happen in the National Air Force Hospital, but the type of facility is for the dentist. So this kind of anomaly should be raising the red flag for the payer as well as the law enforcement agency. Or other cases, for instance, the infectious and parasitic diseases, but it happened in a mother and child clinic. So we believe that this kind of analysis can contribute to raise the awareness that, oh, the fraud might happen and it's already there. And other finding that we also highlight in this paper is also in the outpatient group, where there is some, for instance, some diseases in the ear and mastoid process, but happening in ophthalmology clinic, where you are supposed to be there doing the business with the eyes, not the ear and the mastoid process. And also something like nervous system, but happened in the leprosy clinic. So this kind of anomalies that we try to highlight, and we hope that it can raise awareness of the fraud prevention for the policy. And then our conclusion in this paper highlight that with using the supervised and the unsupervised learning, we have 8 variables that should be taken into account by the policymakers, which is the facility ownership, the cluster of the diseases, the kind of facility or clinics, and the location, the province, the duration, and also the type of the clinics that where the transaction happened. So with these variables, we try to inform the policymakers that it should need a further investigation and also should take immediate action to prevent fraud happening. And then our policy recommendation, according to this result of this paper, is for the Ministry of Health as the main policymakers, as the significant policymakers in this policy, should take into account this utilization of this data. This is very good data. This is very robust data, but it don't take it for granted. So please, we suggest Ministry of Health to invest more and to do the analysis, especially to prevent fraud in their policy. And also for Ministry of Health to take into account several variables that we mentioned in this paper. For instance, the region where the fraud may occur and in what kind of health facility that the fraud may happen, and also who owns the facility of the healthcare. And then also for the payer, the BPJS Health, we suggest that they can consider to invest more on the data utilization. So they can utilize more and maximize this data to do more analysis on fraud detection. And also for the law enforcement agency, we suggest that they can upgrade the capacity to be more in line with the rapid technology. And also, for instance, they can implement the SDMX, where usually it can help them to have more standardized data and for policymakers and for policymaking that may occur later. And I think in this paper, we also suggest for future policymakers or academia who wants to do the analysis, it's a simple methodology. It's not require a complicated technique, and also, but it also still robust and can be reliable for you to inform the early detection system in this, especially in the fraud detection in healthcare policy. And then we also admit that there are some limitation. It's only a year utilization data. We focus more on the anomaly or the anomaly data, not really suggest or define some fraud types that may occur. But at least it can be an alert or the beginning or early detection system that can be implemented. And also we have some technical weaknesses, such as in the modeling or some technical limitation that we have in the methodology. But our suggestion in the future for the academia or as well as the practitioner they can consult with more subject matter expert, especially in healthcare or in the fraud detection field. And also they can modify the data by using other data transformation, because the data is very rich and can be modified according to your creativity, etc. And also we are suggesting that there is data standard for the policymakers, especially in this context, the Ministry of Health and the BPJS Health, to have the data standard, for instance, the SDMX, so it can be used generally for the policymaking process. So that's it from our papers. We are looking forward for your feedback and the question. Back to you, Alexandra. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Raisa. Thank you also for sticking to time. I forgot to mention at the beginning that we're asking everyone to limit themselves to 15 minutes, and you were absolutely within time. Thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. The fact that you established you were able to detect risks for fraudulent insurance claims and to pinpoint regions where these risks might be high, particular facilities where these risks might be high, and the types of medical services for which it appears that there are more outliers in insurance claims is a really powerful demonstration of the potential of machine learning. I'm also taking away from this session that really this is not about detecting wrongdoing by individuals. This is about providing advice to the relevant authorities about how to prevent the risk of fraudulent claims and making their job easier by identifying where the risks are highest. That was incredibly interesting. When we come back to the question and discussions, we'll go through all of the presenters first. I'd be interested in hearing whether or not, in your detection of outliers, as you called them, or anomalies in claims, there's a risk of detecting error in addition to possible fraud, right? So that's a question for us to think about in a moment. Right now, I'd like to go to the next presenter. set of presenters. This is the team from Zimbabwe who've applied machine learning and mathematical models to look at corruption risk in procurement using epidemiological models. This is a team of lecturers from the great Zimbabwe University in Zimbabwe. And what I think is really interesting to point out is that the range of profiles and expertise of this team covers machine learning, computing techniques, intelligent methods in finance, corruption modeling, and epidemiology, which is a great illustration of how innovation in data science and anti-corruption really requires a multidisciplinary approach. So this submission was submitted by Paul Sambo, Justin Chirima, Confess Mateti, Akim Muntali, Jezefel Mudzaveti, and Elijah Chirinda. And I see that we have Confess Mateti on the line. Over to you. Confess, can you hear us? You'll need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Are you now hearing me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening across the globe. We are going to present our work. Let me share the screen. Well, thank you. I wonder if my screen is okay.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, fine. So we are presenting this work about the application of mathematical models to fight corruption in the procurement process. So those are the co-authors. So I go to the introduction, then I start with corruption. Corruption, even the predecessors, they managed to define corruption. So we defined it as in two, that is as an illegal activity that involves public or private office holders for their gain. Then it can emanate either from the demand side or from the supply side. So it's unidirectional. So corruption, it constitutes a major threat to the rule of law and socio-economic development as well as the justice delivery. And it is considered as a problem in all countries in the world. And as such, the World Bank noted that corruption affects the poor and most vulnerable health, even the education and the justice system. And as indicated by the World Bank, the corruption in the procurement of drugs and medical equipment drives up costs. So this may lead to substandard or harmful products. By looking at corruption as an enemy, and which we are going to model using the mathematical models, we are driven by the motivation in this research as to develop some mathematical modeling and soft computing techniques in order to fight this corruption, which we are treating it as a disease in our epidemiological world. Right. First, we have to define some important terms and parameters. We are going to start with a tender, which is defined as a formal offer or to buy or sell something. Then we define corruption tender. Then we define birth of a tender. Then we define death of a tender. Then we have kappa, which is a parameter, which is in the model, as well as the interaction of tenders. All those parameters are defined. And we are going to have the susceptible, because we are taking a epidemiological mathematical model and put it into the tender world. Then we treat the tenders as people, in fact. So we are taking a disease modeling model to model how corruption propagates or how its dynamics in the system. So these are the definition of the terms which we are going to use, as well as the parameters we are going to use in our model. So on model development, we just assume these assumptions. That is N of T, which will be divided into 6 compartments, is shown, as well as we are going to have a recruitment of gamma, capital letter lambda, as the susceptibles, which will be in the class of the susceptibles, and the kappa is the proportion of all tenders that join the honest class, as we shall see in the schematic diagram that we will follow. Also, we will be assuming that mu, which is greater than 0, will be the natural death rate for all the tenders, where death rate has been defined above. So let's go to the schematic table or diagram. So we are seeing that we have this class of the susceptible. This is the class of all the tenders due to birth or which have been generated in a camber. So these tenders, they move to the exposed class, which is defined above. What is the exposed class of tenders? And some of the tenders, they go to the corrupt class, which is represented by C, or some of them, they go to the whistleblowers, as represented by those, that is subclass. And some from the corrupt, they go to the removed, eta rate. Those sigma, mu's, zeta, eta, those are the rates at which the tenders move from one class into another, as in epidemiology. And the honesty is the one in which the tenders are processed cleanly or without any corruption. So from the schematic diagram, we look at the model equations. These model equations, they result from the above schematic table. Let me explain the first, that is equation 1. The SDT equals to lambda plus 1 minus theta, open bracket, 1 minus theta, close bracket, epsilon r minus rho beta S of C minus K plus mu by S. So the lambda is the recruitment or the birth of the tenders as in here on the susceptible, and they become susceptible. Then the second term, this epsilon is the interaction between the removed and the susceptibles, because the rate, the SDT, is for the susceptible class. Then minus rho beta. Rho is the interaction between the susceptible and the corrupt classes. Then beta is the rate of transfer from the susceptible class into the corrupt, into the exposed class. So kappa is the rate at which these susceptible tenders move from the susceptible subclass into this honest subclass. Then mu is the natural death rate. As in epidemiology, we have what we call the natural death rate of individuals in all subclasses. Right? So these equations, these are the rates of change of the subclasses in our model. Next, these are subject to these initial conditions. That is, we are demanding that each of the subclass is non-negative. So which means it's greater or equal to 0. Right? Now for the analysis of the model, we are looking at a region in which we are demanding our region to be positively invariant. That is, we are not allowing the subclasses to be negative. They should be positive. So we have what we call the corrupt-free equilibrium point, which is represented by CF of E. So this is the equilibrium point which we get by equating our equations to 0. Then if we equate our equation to 0, then we are able to find the equilibrium point, which we will analyze whether or not it is stable. Then we have some mathematical tools which we are going to use to find whether that stationary point is stable or not. Right? So in this case, we have what we call the basic reproduction number. So we are borrowing this one from epidemiology to explain this R0 in our context of the dynamics of corruption. So R0 basically in epidemiology is the average number. In our context, in fact, we are saying it is the average number of corrupt tenders, cases directly generated by one introduced corrupt tender case in a tender population where all tenders are susceptible to corruption. So in this case, we are saying that we have one corrupt tender which is introduced into a class of susceptible, then it will be able to generate other secondary corrupt tenders. So that is what we mean by R0 in our context of corruption dynamics. So we are going to use what we call the next generation matrix method, which is a special approach to find R0. So we borrow this from epidemiology, and we realize that if this R, if it is greater than 1, then the corruption will persist indefinitely. But when it is less than 1, then we are going to see that the corruption will die out at some time. So from our calculation using the next generation matrix, we found this value for R0, this expression for R0 in fact. This is what we obtained from the, it is actually the spectral radius of F by VI. Spectral radius, we mean the greatest eigenvalue of a matrix. Right. So we go to the results and the discussion. So we are looking at certain parameters which matters most in our model. In this case, we looked at kappa, varying kappa. For this, we got these simulations for kappa equals to 5 and kappa equals to 10. Then if we look at these diagrams, which are the magnified portions of our diagrams above, we are seeing that the first diagram for kappa equals to 5, we are finding that y equals to 31. But if we vary kappa to equal to 10, it reduces to about 24. So we are saying that if kappa increases, then corruption decreases. Then the other parameter is zeta. Then we also varied that zeta equals to 1 and zeta equals to 2 and got those simulations. And we have the magnified portions of these ones. And we are seeing that corruption, which is represented by the red line, is decreasing and it's going down. So which means it's another parameter in our model which matters, which we have to look at. Another parameter is delta. Delta equals to 1 and delta equals to 2. We go to these simulations. For these simulations, we are seeing that initially the red line, which represents corruption, it shoots upwards, then it declines steadily. It means if delta is increasing, which means from our schematic diagram, so many people will be moving from the exposed class to the corrupted class at a short period of time. Then another parameter is beta. So population of sub compartments for beta equals to 1 and beta equals to 2, it gives almost the same pattern with the zeta. So it's another parameter we have to look at. Right? Some parameters which are also important include the sigma, which is the rate at which corrupt tenders join the recovery. So this parameter, if it is increased, which means so many corrupt tenders will move to the recovered, as well as epsilon, which is the interaction of recovered and the honest, as well as alpha, which are interaction rates between some classes. Right? The conclusion, actually, we found that in our mathematical model for the transmission dynamics of corruption, it was found to be, it was an extension of the model in 6. Then we found that the results are comparable using the hypothetical values. Then we are going to look at the real data and find the actual values of the parameters. Then we'll see, we'll put them in the model and see how it behaves. So our future work will include machine learning algorithms, extreme valuing theorem, the stochastic differential equations, and certain differential equations to see how corruption dynamics can be modeled using those algorithms. So this is the bibliograph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Confess. That was a really interesting and very creative presentation. Something that's very powerful in data science, particularly using mathematical models, is the ability to take a hypothesis and think through its logical conclusions in a simulated approach. Some thoughts for our discussion later on. Any sort of mathematical model based on hypothesis, and in this case, one that's based on epidemiological models, suggests that there is at least some fundamental resemblance between corruption and disease, in the sense that that it can be transmitted through contact or proximity, using basic reproduction models from disease transmission. So I'm curious as to whether or not you've had any discussions with people who work in procurement and talked about this idea of transmission and reproduction based on contact, and also whether or not you've had an opportunity or would be looking for an opportunity to test your model working with procurement data. So a couple of thoughts possibly for the discussion later on. Thank you very much to the team from Zimbabwe. I'll encourage everyone who's got questions to post them in the chat. We're now going to move to our third presentation, and I'd like to welcome Alejandro Beltran, who's a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Arizona and a consultant at the Inter-American Development Bank. And he's going to present on information extraction from audit reports using natural language processing. Over to you, Alejandro.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Well, thanks, everyone. Yeah,
so
everything's here. Can you see my presentation? There we go.
We can still see the presentation from Confess Mateti. If you could stop sharing your screen. Thank you very much.
Good. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. Today, I'm presenting a pilot project that I'm working on that where I use natural language processing and machine learning to systematically extract information from audit reports in Mexico. So I'm primarily focused on studying subnational public finance throughout Latin America, and primarily municipal governments. And one of the issues with studying or detecting corruption in these sources of information is that oftentimes it's incomplete. The data we do have is aggregated to total spending or to categories of spending, and we don't have any detailed information on procurement, contracts, or anything that we can actually use to systematically detect corruption across multiple cases. And sometimes the information that we do have is unreliable. The historical information doesn't match up with different administrations. They change the way they report their information over time. And so using this information can become a very complicated task. And to get around this, I look at who else is working on this information, who else is trying to detect corruption to avoid the duplication of tasks. And for the focus of this paper, I look at Supreme Audit Institutions, which is this organization created and designed to enforce anti-corruption. They're supposed to help prevent the misappropriation of public resources, and they have the funds and tools necessary to evaluate the accuracy of finances of municipal governments and other governments at different levels. They can review spending reports, invoices, receipts to make sure that they're in compliance with the laws of the land and compliant with the legislature that reviews these finances. And mainly they identify corruption as well. This is one of their responsibilities as organizations enforcing anti-corruption. And to achieve this, they produce audit reports, which is this document that details the process through which they review the finances of a municipal government, state government, or national government. They detail what they found, and they summarize the results of said audit report. And I'm not the first to use audits in research. We see a couple of them through the next few days in the symposium as well. But generally, there's two main lines of work that I pull from, and the first is this research in Brazil that's wonderful, that looks at the audit reports produced by the National Audit Institution in Brazil, which randomly audits municipalities every year. And there's a lot of research that studies the effects of corruption from deforestation to public health outcomes to electoral outcomes as well. And in Mexico, there's another line of research that is imitating this research from Brazil or extending it into the case of Mexico, that looks at audits produced by the Auditoría Superior de la Federación, which is the national level SAI in Mexico, which can also audit the national government, state governments, and municipal governments, but to the extent that they audit municipal governments depends on whether a municipal government received federal transfers, and they can only audit those federal transfers particularly. So did they comply with the spending associated with those transfers and so on. And this is great, but the main limitation of this is that those audit reports are only a partial picture of municipal finance. They don't audit whether they're connecting cadastre, procurement of projects that aren't associated with federal transfers, or spending on personnel, which is another important source of corruption at the subnational level. Fortunately, there is an SAI at the subnational level, at least in the case of Mexico, that does study or evaluate more thoroughly the finances of municipal governments. All 32 states in Mexico have a subnational SAI, which imitates the structure of the national level SAI. And they do have the resources and the tools necessary to audit the complete picture of finances of a municipal government. But in contrast to these two-country research case studies, the central government subnational SAI, the central government SAIs, the national level ones, they have the resources to compile this information and present it in a clean and reliable manner. We can go to their websites and download an Excel spreadsheet that details the findings of their reports, which specifies value of missing resources. But at the subnational level, these organizations simply don't have the resources to systematically publish this information through their websites or through a transparency portal. What they do is publish the PDF reports of the actual findings, and we can go onto their websites and review them systematically. So what I'm trying to do in this paper is bridge the available information on subnational SAI audit reports with a database of their findings that could be used for the research, and that sort of replicates the structure of the national level SAIs. And so the audit reports that the subnational SAIs produce, they contain really rich information. They detail a lot of findings from the audits of municipal governments and state governments, but it also contains a lot of miscellaneous information. a lot of legislative jargon that tells us what the legal standing is for the responsibilities and roles and why they have the authority to do what they need to do. That's copy and pasted across multiple audit reports in the same year. And then the conscience of interest, the actual findings of corruption, are often scattered throughout the document. And we're talking about anywhere from 10 to 100 pages of results or even more. And so, reviewing one is reasonable, but once you go into the hundreds of audit reports, it definitely becomes a problem of scale. And so I like to think of this as the needle in the haystack problem. This is an example of an audit report with all the checks in a single paragraph, and we can see that the two things of interest to my research are buried deep within the text. So I could spend 30 minutes trying to read through this, or I can train a computer or teach a computer how to identify it for me. And so that's what I try to do in this project in particular. So as a case study, I focus on the Auditoría Superior del Estado de Sinaloa, which is my home state, for a couple of reasons. One, I'm familiar with the case, and so I understand the data pretty well. But also, they're unique in that they publish a historical record of all the audit reports produced throughout the history of this SAI. This is very unique because the majority, actually almost all, of the other state SAIs do not systematically publish their historical audits. They simply publish this year's and last year's audit reports. And so we don't have a historical picture of what's going on in these municipal governments. And so I scraped the audit reports for all 18 municipalities in Sinaloa from 2008 through 2016, which gives me a collection of 321 total documents. And these documents all share in the structure. They have the same boilerplate content that tells us that they have the legal authority to audit based on Article 53 of the Constitution, and that they have, and they use similar administrative language that we can exploit to systematically identify information that we care about. In this case, I'm interested in identifying the monetary value of discrepancies, which are known as pliegos observaciones in Spanish. And this is the sum of our resources that are unaccounted for in the audit report. Essentially evidence of something is missing, a potential misappropriation. It's not necessarily corruption because the municipal governments can still justify or return resources that are missing and so on. But it's a good first step for identifying systematically potential corruption in municipal governments. And so this is what a first page of a typical audit report looks like. This is a scanned picture of a printed document. Those of you who work with administrative data know what a headache it is to OCR these types of documents. There are signatures here that generate a lot of noise for the models, and it's simply very difficult for the computer to read this systematically. So I OCR this document and convert it into plain text that the machine can read. And I can tell you from the get-go, the first 3 paragraphs here are irrelevant to our research. They're simply telling us that the ASE has the legal authority to audit the municipality of Culiacan. What I'm interested in is on page 12 of this document that has 20 pages total, which is this one paragraph that mentions pliegos observaciones and the total value of missing resources. In this case, 55 million pesos, which is a significant amount for such a small municipality. And so the first step that I take in this paper and in this project is that I want to eliminate all the paragraphs that are irrelevant to the research. And so what I do is I break this document up into paragraphs. And so instead of having 321 total documents, I have 28,000 paragraphs from which I need to discriminate information from. So what I do is I create a text classification model. I take 1,300 paragraphs from this population of paragraphs, and I classify them using an annotation software. From this, I train a logistic regression text classification model that does a pretty good job of identifying paragraphs that I don't really care about 93 F1 score, but on average, it does pretty well over the entire document, on the entire corpus. And so I feel pretty confident about its ability to not generate false negatives. And then I use this model to classify the remaining 28,000 paragraphs, which leaves me with 6,517 potentially relevant paragraphs. And this may seem like a big number, but I'm using this as a baseline for multiple projects, so there may be other contents in here that isn't necessarily associated with pliegos, but other values that could be of interest for fiscal data. And so the next step is now I need to actually extract the information from these documents. And for this, I train a named entity recognition model, which is also a text classification model that focuses on words or sentences that identify information that we care about. In this case, I taught it to identify discrepancies, mentions that I have classified as discrepancies are highlighted here, and then to identify monetary values systematically. And I do this in Prodigy. This is the annotation interface. This is what it looks like. I reviewed over 150 paragraphs, and it has a pretty good F1 score in terms of identifying money and discrepancies in this text. And so I go ahead and implement this NER model on the 6,500 paragraphs. It goes and reads each one of these paragraphs, and then it highlights the content that I care about. It classifies it here. It's telling me that it identified pliegos observaciones and the monetary value of those pliegos. And so through this process, I'm able to convert 321 haystacks into 28,000 paragraphs, subset to 6,517 potentially relevant paragraphs, and finally 125 explicit mentions of pliegos observaciones and their monetary values. What this produces is this data set on pliegos observaciones at the municipal level in Sinaloa. And here on the left side, you can see the municipalities that were audited. And in the second column is the average value of these missing resources. Throughout the state, on average, about 19 million pesos are unaccounted for in these audit reports, a significant value, and information that is not available anywhere else on official sources. So if we go, for example, to the INEGI website to download the official municipal finance data, which details spending, income, taxes, and so forth, it would not report this information. That information is not included there. And this is very valuable. We can use this for multiple research projects to evaluate mayors, to evaluate the health of municipal finance, and so on. And so what I did in the paper is I combined this with the official spending data to sort of compare how it could be used in combination with that. And so I take a proportion of discrepancies of total spending. It's about 4% on average for our municipalities in Sinaloa. And we can even look at over time how these discrepancies change. We see that in 2015, the percent of pliegos really falls, which coincides with the appointment of a new auditor. So for example, we could use this information to evaluate whether turnover in auditors decreases the effectiveness of a supreme audit institution, and to see if they learn over time how to detect corruption with specialization and so on. So that's a potential project that we could work on. I also present in this paper, I look at whether municipalities learn about these pliegos observaciones, because although it's not corruption, it may simply be a clerical error or omissions in information. But if that were the case, we would have expect these pliegos to decrease in value over time. And what we see is that they don't. The previous year's discrepancies actually tend to increase the next year's discrepancies in the sample data set. So this is really important information. As I mentioned, people can evaluate their municipal officials, but also as protectionists and researchers, we can systematically identify corruption over time in municipal governments, data that isn't readily available. We could explore questions like, do bigger budgets lead to bigger discrepancies? I find preliminary evidence that it doesn't. But I think a really important project would be to compare whether the audited amount, the total amount that is reported in these audit reports on total spending and total income, whether that matches up with the official sources published in the public information websites and portals, to assess whether the public data that we do have, whether it's reliable or not, or if there are some omissions and errors that we should account for. And to conclude, this is pretty fast to implement and pretty simple. The data is fairly accurate. And what that means is that it's easily scalable to a larger collection of audit reports. We can look at more states, more countries. And although originally that was my intention, the problem with this approach isn't necessarily a computational problem, but more in line with access to information. As I mentioned before, Sinaloa is unique in that they publish their historical audit reports. The majority, almost all of the other states do not publish this, and although I submitted Freedom of Information requests to access this information, the information is still trickling in. But I expect to extend this to other cases as well in the future. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate your time. If you're interested in looking at this code, it's available on my website, and you can replicate it there as well. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandro. That was really fascinating. So, and what's a little bit new here is that we're looking at data at the subnational level. I think you've illustrated for everyone the frustrations that come with working with open data in public administration, very often having to work with PDFs. And like we saw with the presentation from the team in Indonesia, you know, looking for discrepancies doesn't necessarily signify corruption, but it does signify an issue. And I think what was particularly powerful in your presentation, the slides where you proposed combining your research with official spending data and looking at correlations between turnover of auditors and these discrepancies in the fiscal data, potentially very, very powerful. I'd like to invite my colleague Ravi Kumar to kick us off with a first round of questions. We have a couple of questions in the chat, and we'll come to those right afterwards. Please do continue posting questions if you have any. Over to you, Ravi.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I would like to thank Alex and all the presenters. Now, I'm energized by these presentations. I mean, what a great way to start your day when you can learn about promising new ways to fight corruption. I'm Ravi Kumar. I'm team leader for the Data Use and Literacy Program at the World Bank's Development Data Group. Very briefly, I work on helping to strengthen enabling environment for data use and build capacity for evidence-based policymaking, boosting accountability, and improving service delivery. So from that perspective, I can see how these presentations and approaches can be very, very useful in many, many contexts. And I believe these presentations have the potential to be scaled up to detect corruption, especially in low-income context where finding relevant data it can be a challenge consistently. All these presentations, from deploying machine learning techniques to detect fraud in national health insurance policy in Indonesia, fighting corruption, in the procurement process, or to using text data from supreme audit institutions to quantify discrepancies in the municipal spending in Mexico, I think it can be one more tool for corruption fighters. And I would also like to particularly thank Alejandro for making his code and his findings publicly available using open source practices. And I think that's a great way to potentially let an approach to be reused and repurposed and scaled up. In interest of time, if I may, talking about data quality, if I can ask the presenters how they navigated the issues of data availability and its reliability, and how these issues impacted the research. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Ravi. Let's put that question around data quality and how you worked around that issue. So, I mean, I think it's connected to this question that I asked about. On the one hand, does the method, to what extent can you distinguish between error and possible misconduct in the data? To what extent is data quality potentially interfering with your results? But how did you approach the issue of data quality? And for the team from Zimbabwe, a slightly different question. Did you work with procurement data? And if you did, were there issues of quality in your application of the approach? And so let's start off with Raisa.
Thank you, Alexandra, and also Rafu, for the questions. I would like to answer first, and then my colleague Garin will complement the answer. First of all, the data quality, since it's the real utilization of the patient, so the data itself has already been cleansed by the BPJS Health as the owner of the data, and it's a big number of data where they have up to almost 1 million transaction. So in terms of the robustness, I think it can be relied for data processing. And then to answer the question for Alexandra, I think my colleague Garin will answer the question regarding the error to distinguish between the outliers and the errors. Over to you, Garin.
Okay, thank you, Raisa. All right, Alexander, for the thank you for the excellent question. This is actually the one of the difficulties that we found within our journey on this project, right? So on the detection of corruption or fraud itself, unfortunately, there is no single source of truth. For example, in some machine learning techniques, like you have to decide first whether a data is or whether an instance is fraudulent or not. But we thought that this is an excellent opportunity that's why we try to employ two approaches at once. The first is the supervised technique, and the second one is the unsupervised techniques that they basically reinforce each other. But for future researchers, if you met the similar difficulties regarding this, I think some of the takes that you can try. The first is to get back to the basic. That the first within the analytics pipeline, you might need to try first to measure the adjusted R-square, for example, and the root mean square error as the baseline of the linear model. And second one, that's why we combine the unsupervised method using the K-modes. One of the solutions that we can think of is you deploy some kind of rule-based method. As we can see within the findings that was presented by Raisa, there are some instances that that we found the findings doesn't make any sense regarding the utilization of the medical bills, such as in a dentist facility, but the disease recorded is, for example, a digestive issue. That's one of the indicators that things might be fraudulent in the hospital itself. So I might want to recap. The first one is you might need to measure the performance of the regression itself using adjusted R-square and or even root mean square error. And the second one is to use a rule base within the result of the clustering. I think that's all from me, Raisa and Alexandra and Rafi. Thank you.
Thank you both. Just a quick follow-up question for you. So to clarify that in this particular case, you were working with cleaned data. Was this an open data set, or did you have access to it by virtue of your position as practitioners within the KPK? And then you know, as you pointed out, with sort of machine learning approaches in the anti-corruption space, it's very difficult to have a dependent variable, this sort of ground truth to train your model against, right? What does fraud or corruption actually look like, so that I can train my model to go and look for it elsewhere? To what extent do you think it would be possible, you know, as you are working as you know, in public administration, if you had access to data as a sort of product of fraud investigations, would you be able to train a model against actual findings?
I think that's why one of the recommendations within the research is to work with a subject matter expert, or even to confirm it with the corresponding agency regarding the findings, because as you said, there is no ground of truth that we can test the findings on. But fortunately, we have a somewhat cleansed data. It is not perfect in any sense, but we try to work on it. We applied some normalization and standardization on the data itself. There are some null data points within the data set that makes some kind of noises into the results. But we applied some kind of data cleansing and transformation to fulfill the null points within the data set. But yes, we are really fortunate to be working in the field of public administration and law enforcement ourselves. So we can have access to confirm and verify our findings. But I can imagine the difficulties if you are outside of the communities of law enforcement or public agencies. So it is not really approachable maybe, but I think outside of the technicalities or of machine learning or data and so on and so on, you might need to form a cooperation first. So yeah, that's what they say. Like in the data science, preparing the data is already 90% of the work. So 10% of it is the analysis itself. So I think that's my 2 cents for this evening.
Thank you very much, Lalu. Much more than 2 cents worth of information there and insights. We really appreciate it. Thank you also, Raisa. So, a version of this question that we heard from Ravi over to Confess Matete and the sort of procurement model in Zimbabwe, or the mathematical model looking applying a disease model to public procurement. So. Did you look at procurement data in the course of your work? Is this something that you're potentially interested in doing? And how large of a consideration was data quality in your project?
Thank you very much. In fact, we are just developing a mathematical model so that we apply real data. In fact, real data is very difficult to get, as organizations are skeptical and do not want to be exposed. So I just hand over to Dr. Chikoza.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Matete. Let me confirm if colleagues can hear me from different points of the globe.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. At this stage, as has already been indicated by Ms. Matete, we relied on simulations or on simulated data. We made some attempt to get real data from the different organizations, but we had to follow some protocol, which would take us quite some time. And we decided that for the moment, let's do simulations, let's do scientific simulations, where we would use MATLAB to vary the levels of each parameter. For example, the rate at which corrupted tenders interact with clean tenders, and see how that impacts on the dynamics of the disease. When I say the disease, when I refer to the disease here, I'm referring to corruption as an epidemic, as a disease. Our major objective here was to investigate, to examine whether certain interventions can be made so that in the final analysis, that disease can die out at some point. Whether that pandemic can die out in society, in organization, whether we can uproot corruption by certain intervention, either by reducing the rate at which members who handle different tenders interact. Because, you know, tenders may be handled by different committees, and it can happen that one tender is already corrupt. In other words, the members have already been corrupted in one way. And if that corrupted tender happens to interact with a clean tender, that might affect the clean one. And the ultimate impact is that the disease will persist for much longer. than we expected. So for the moment, to answer your question in brief, we use the simulated data, which is quite a credible route to investigate the dynamics of pandemics, the dynamics of some of these systems, socio-economic systems. But in future, not very long ago, but in the near future, we will make further effort to get real data and compare it with simulated data. We can definitely get that data, especially with the support of our institution, with the support of, for example, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, which is very much active here in Zimbabwe. They will assist us to get the data that we want, and also give them our results, give them our recommendations as to what can be done so that corruption can be uprooted in society at one point or the other. The equilibrium point that Mr. Matete presented is a situation where we can say corruption has been uprooted. So it depends on the interventions that are implemented by different organizations, by authorities, or even statutory bodies such as Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for that answer. Something that I take away from this presentation is that, in the absence of available data, a mathematical model that's based on a simulation like the one that you've just used helps advance the exploration of these hypotheses about the transmission of corruption, but it also can communicate a very powerful message that there is a need for an enabling environment to combat corruption, just as there is for addressing disease. So it's a powerful message, as well as a really innovative method. In the last few minutes that we have left, I'll just pass that question that Ravi raised over to Alejandro around the issue of data quality and access. Perhaps in your case, Alejandro, I would say, in addition to the method that you use, which is focusing on fiscal data, to what extent, and there was a question in the chat around this, around lexical difficulties. How applicable is your method to extending your search to look more at sort of semantic or sentiment content in audit reports beyond the fiscal data?
Well, I think the fortunate part of this data is that it's very bureaucratic, and so they use the same terminology across all these audit reports, which facilitates the identification strategy. But when you start looking at different states, the model definitely has to be adapted to how they refer to different different concepts and different terminologies. And so it definitely has to be retrained on the new data as it is, carried over to different contexts. The main issue is what I mentioned, is the accessibility of the data, that it's not readily available. And so I think an important first step would be to, help these organizations publish that information and make it readily available for practitioners and researchers. Even if they don't produce the actual Excel spreadsheet with the information, give us the audit reports that we can then read through, or have the machines read through them, to help us extract that information systematically. But yeah, I mentioned in the chat that some of the issues that I had was with the OCRing of these documents, the scanned pictures of audit reports. And the one that I presented, it had just signatures on the sides, but some of them have watermarks in the background. Some of them have, more thorough stamps that cover text. And so what I did for that was I produced a series of rules and dictionaries that replaced content that was problematic in their lexical structure. So that's the approach that I took for that.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. I'd like to wrap up with a big thank you to the three presenters and the teams behind these presentations. It's been very exciting to have a range of not only of topics and of country contexts on this panel, but also a range of practitioners and academic researchers. You all bring slightly different perspectives to this problem, and have helped us advance the discussion around the application of advanced techniques and machine learning in the anti-corruption space. I also want to thank my colleague Ravi Kumar for joining us on this panel. and for participating with a really interesting take on this sort of quality question. I do think that is the enduring challenge in the anti-corruption space, particularly in low data environments. Something that you know well, Ravi, having worked on trying to build enabling environments for data use. With that, I will hand back over to Jim Anderson. Thank you all very, very much for your participation.
Thank you, Alex, and Ravi, and all the panelists, Raisa, Confess, and Alejandro. A very interesting first set of papers to start out the day and presentation. Next, we're going to go to a session led by Mihály Fazekas, who's the scientific director at the Government Transparency Institute. As we mentioned yesterday, the symposium the whole process was launched last year when we had a call for papers on the topics of the symposium on data analytics for anti-corruption and public administration. And we relied on a number of experts to help us sift through the 60 or so papers that were presented, the abstract submissions that were presented, and Mishi was one of those. But now he's going to introduce us to the Procurement, Anti-Corruption and Transparency, or ProAct platform. I understand he'll do a presentation, but leave a little bit of time at the end for some questions and answers. So please do use the chat function to put in questions and answers. Thanks, and over to you, Mishi.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jim, and amazing to be back for the second day. Sadly not in person, but nevertheless, I could follow a range of different interventions and great papers. As you mentioned, it was super to read these submissions, and then even better to see them presented, discussed, and see how they evolved in the last few months. Let me drop in the chat the link to the portal I'm going to present. And let me introduce you to the ProAct platform, which was jointly developed by the World Bank and the Government Transparency Institute, and also with some support from other partners such as the University of Sussex and the UK's FCDO. And I will very briefly outline the goals and users of this portal, then lift the veil a little bit of what's behind, what's under the hood in terms of data included in the prototype and the indicators which can be seen on the dashboards. And I will spend around half of the time, the 20 minutes in front of us, to give you a little demo, and please feel free to click around, follow me, or just explore the portal for yourself, because that will be very valuable input for what's coming next. Before getting into the substance, I would like to underline that this is a prototype tool, so it is advanced enough to see the feedback we receive from you, but it's definitely not the final version. So if you have any problems, if you see any bugs in it, please do report to us, and we are happy to fix those and improve the tool as we go along. In terms of goals, we developed this tool to provide easy access to public procurement data globally. So we have a distinct global focus, which is different from the many portals focusing on individual national context or narrow sectoral like health focus. We also want to help and enable users to identify and monitor and analyze public procurement performance and also integrity risks as a key outcome for us. And with the help of data analytics, we hope to promote greater transparency and integrity in public procurement, contributing to better value for money and better lives eventually. Moving on to who are the users. We have thoroughly consulted a wide range of users and came to recognize five main users. The portal serves their needs to different degrees, but we believe that to some degree it feeds into the needs of all these groups. So one key user group is public procurement officials in governments and multilateral organizations. These officials might want to look at a supplier's background and performance and profile before awarding a contract to that particular supplier. The second group of users is a public oversight and audit officials. So you might have an ongoing investigation, or you might have a report or a tip coming in of the potential wrongdoing in a particular case, a particular contract or organization. So looking at the data, the publicly available government data on these cases, contract organizations can help the work of auditors and other workers of oversight bodies. We also have policymakers and policy analysts as potential users who want to understand broader policy questions and use data to inform policy decisions, policy formulation. And then importantly, we have researchers and academics, like many of the participants here, as users, and also to some degree we hope to contribute to private sector actors' various needs who want to, for example, investigate due diligence among their partners, or simply research various markets and market opportunities. So we have heard a lot about data and how that's 80 or 90% of the analytics work. We can confirm this, that the biggest, most challenging aspect of building ProAct has been to collect data, on the one hand from national public procurement, e-procurement systems, and on the other hand from international sources such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. We have data from 45 national procurement systems, which combines with about 120, a little bit more, countries from the World Bank and IADB. So we can claim global coverage in terms of covering countries, but not full coverage in terms of seeing all public procurement data and transactions in these countries. This is a point I will get back to at the very end. Overall, we have more than 10 years worth of data going back to 2006, 2008. In most cases, this covers 35 million, more than 35 million contracts, more than 5 million suppliers, and more than 1 million buyers. The data is the sort of data integration, the data processing has completed at the end of 2020, and this work has been largely funded by the European Commission and the UK government and some private donations. In terms of indicators, we have two main groups, which I already mentioned. On the one hand, integrity indicators. On the other hand, we have transparency indicators. When we think about integrity, we have a range of risk factors or potential violations to basic principles of integrity and good procurement. These indicators can relate to the procurement process itself, so the ways in which procurement tenders are run and contracts are awarded, or they can relate to the suppliers' risks themselves, potentially indicating conflict of interest or indicating hiding the proceeds of corruption. There is a tremendous amount of work going into these indicators, which we unfortunately don't have time to review in detail. I will share a few thoughts on indicator validity, but before that, let me also enlist some of our transparency indicators. So we basically look at the presence or availability of basic bits and pieces of information in procurement announcements on the official government websites, and these are basic things which you would expect to see in a procurement announcement: the name of the buyer, the title of the contract, the name of the supplier, and a couple of other, by and large, mandatory fields across all the countries we cover. So in terms of indicator validity, I mentioned this before, this is a crucial point, right? We want to have indicators which proxy integrity, which point at potential violations of integrity as precisely as possible. And we want these indicators to be precise in a sense that we don't want them to point at other types of governance problems or other behavior such as low administrative quality, which may look like sometimes like violations to integrity, but actually they are very different in their root causes. So we put a lot of emphasis on indicator validity and reliability, and we do select our indicators and parameterize our indicators based on data analysis. So we minimize expert judgment as much as possible in our work. And as a result, the particular thresholds, the particular indicator parameters we use, if you like, follow from the data rather than any expert assessment or policy review. We have 3 lines of evidence for indicator validity. Our indicators point at or align with case studies and proven cases of corruption, and also our theoretical and conceptual understanding of how corruption takes place in public procurement. They also have machine learning evidence on linking our indicators to proven cases whenever we trust the quality and the scope of the proven case sample. And they also have statistical data analysis. We try to identify the theoretically expected relationships between indicators so that we can trust that they co-vary with each other in a way that corruption and violations to integrity would indicate. The validity of indicators is always conditional on the context. This platform is not designed for cross-country ranking. You can look at, for example, compare companies in the same market, in the same country. That is a meaningful comparison. But if you take the same set of companies and the data comes from different countries, that's problematic in terms of comparison, because the data quality varies, regulations vary, and also market realities might be very different. So the benchmark against which we look at corruption or lack of integrity, then these benchmarks are also different. So let me very briefly offer 2 quick demo use cases. One is looking at supplier track record, the other one is looking at market competition and market search. The supplier track record relates back to the use cases of procurement officials and auditors. The market search use case relates back again to procurement officials, but also policy analysts and potentially private sector users. So I will stop sharing my slides and switch over to my browser to give you a live demonstration. Hopefully you see my slides properly now. Yes, I can see it on the main screen. So that's super useful. So let's look at supplier track record first. I mentioned that's probably one of our main use cases, most widely cited by our users. So what you do in the landing page of ProAct, you select the type of entity you are interested in. In our case, it will be suppliers, but you could look at buyers, markets, and contracts. And you can also see where the data is coming from. So looking at suppliers, I jump over to the supplier search page. And then here we can have complex search by feature. So you can look at the country, the market of the supplier. You can look at the integrity composite score or transparency composite score. Also award year. So look at when a particular company was active on the procurement market. Or if you know what you are looking for, you can type up the name itself. Let's search for a particular company, because if you're a procurement official, you know what you are looking for. So let's select a country really just out of curiosity. Let me pick Uganda, because this is one of the countries where we have quite good data. It's a fortunate country in that respect. And we can select, for example, a company which has pharmaceuticals in its name. Let me search these pharmaceuticals. We can see, for example, that there are 35 companies related to pharmaceuticals. Let me look at one, for example, the company which is called Gitos Pharmaceuticals. It's reasonably sized, 24 contracts in the observation period, and integrity and transparency scores relatively close to the average of the country. So if I pick this supplier, the portal jumps to the supplier profile page, where we can have first basic descriptive information of the company and then some performance indicators. In terms of descriptive information, we can see the number of contracts or the value of contracts of this company over time per year. We can also look at the contracts by market, either by number of contracts or by value. Pharmaceutical products, unsurprisingly, is the main market for this company. There is a non-negligible amount of uncategorized spending or contract value, and it's because we had to assign product codes to each contract based on keyword search in the case of Uganda, because this is something the national portal, for example, doesn't systematically report. Now, moving on, we can look at the network of suppliers and buyers. So in the middle, we have our target company, so the company called Gitos Pharmaceuticals. And then we can see the main buyers of this supplier, either by the number of contracts or by the value of contracts. So we could see that, for example, the biggest buyer of this company is the National Medical Stores, which is hardly surprising, but very interesting to see the Uganda Revenue Authority as a big buyer, and some other university buyers, for example. Then we can move on to performance indicators, transparency and integrity indicators. Now, while we report overall high-level composite scores, we do believe that the most powerful feature of this portal is when individual factors, either of transparency or integrity, can be investigated for specific companies. So, for example, we can look at that the integrity score on the contracts won by this company have 63, the score 63 on open procedures. So it means around 63% of the contracts have been won on open procedures, which mandate competition, and the rest, around 40 or 37%, the competition, the procedure type has been something which requires less intense, less open competition, such as direct awards or negotiated procedure types. And then finally, our token or guarantee of transparency in the whole metrics, the whole analytics, is that each profile can be traced back to the contracts based on which we calculated the indicators, based on which we created the overview background visuals. And this means that at the end of the table and the end of the dashboard for each company, you can have the list of contracts associated with that company, and it's possible to look at each contract, and then those contracts have their individual pages, and this can be traced back to the source URL on the government's portal, and in this case, it's an OCDS publication. So let me go back to the starting page, and this time follow the second use case. We still have about 2 minutes. Let's look at markets and identify markets of interest. For simplicity, I'm sure most of us can relate to this. Let's look at medical equipments and pharmaceutical products market. And let's pick a very different country. This time, again, just randomly picked. I will choose Germany for a change. And then I click on search. It lists the market, fulfilling my conditions, search conditions. I can then select that particular market. And as a result, I jump to the market overview page. And this page, again, gives me some background information, the submarkets by number or value of spending. Medical equipment is by far the biggest amount of spending, but also pharmaceuticals are important in Germany. And then we can look at over time. We also offer a global overview of where the suppliers in the German medical market are located. If I click on Germany, I can see that 98% of suppliers come from within Germany. I mean, meaning that it's, these companies are registered in Germany. They might be owned for abroad, but these are German registered companies. But there is a wide range of contracts from other countries like France and United States, also some from the UK. So do see a global supplier base in this sense. Then we can look further and have a little bit more background information. We can look at the number of suppliers on the market, number of buyers. So we have 20,000 suppliers in about 15 years period, going back to 2006. And then we have 607 buyers. And each of these can be listed by value or number. And we can see the biggest suppliers in the German medical markets. And this is all clickable and interchangeable. So if you like the supplier page, I can click on a major supplier of the German medical market, and I can jump to that supplier's own page, right? So you can go back and forth. I can go back also from the supplier page. One interesting feature I would like to highlight, and I'm concluding in a second, is that company name disambiguation is an issue. So companies tend to have different variants or their names or different addresses. So identifying their variants and combining them under one unique ID is a challenge, because very rarely we have unique public IDs from company register or tax register. So let me end here this demonstration, and let me conclude by a few words on next steps. So what comes for us? Hopefully you see my slides again. So what's happening now, and what we plan to do in the next couple of months, is road test this prototype tool with key users. As I said, please do let us know if you find some fixes, something is not clear, some things you might find misleading. We are very happy to fix all these problems. We're also very happy to listen to suggestions, to new functionalities, which of high value to our users. We are also looking into adding more data, including more recent data for our countries, but also adding new data types, linked data types, such as company data. And we also are eager to work together with stakeholders to understand how such a portal, how ProAct can be used in real life policy making and policy implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mishi, for the live demo and the explanation of all that went into the ProAct platform. We did get a few questions, and we have a couple minutes left. First question, I'll just read out 3 of them, or I guess there are 4 now. One is it possible to make comparisons across regions not for ranking, but just for knowing what region is more prone for risk, and that comes from Giovanna Rodriguez Garcia. We also had a question about how representative the sample of contracts is on the platform. For example, searching on toilet paper in one country only turned up one hit, and going back to 1987. So wondering about that. This was in the Q&A section. There was also a question about how much the raw data is available, and if you have time for the fourth, a question on the philosophy behind the integrity and transparency scores.
Great, thanks a lot, Jim, and thanks a lot for the insightful questions for everyone. Now, let me take them in a turn. We don't have much time. So the comparisons across regions. So it is possible, and there are researchers I know who use the data for making comparisons across regions and countries. But that was not our intention, and it's a tricky thing. And it's a tricky thing at least for 3 reasons. One, data availability, data publication, data quality varies a lot by country. And that feeds into the second question, which I will answer to in a second. The second reason why it's difficult to benchmark and compare across countries and regions is that the regulatory frameworks and market realities differ quite a bit. So it is hard to find those sets of contracts where you would imagine, where you would expect that competition is similar in the absence of corruption. And then the third reason is that corruption itself is diverse and very much depends on the institutional framework. So for each of these 3, there are some answers. You can select very similar contracts, say high-value construction contracts all across countries. You can narrow down your red flags to those which are very much comparable across countries, like single bidding or direct awards as opposed to direct contracting procedures as opposed to open tendering procedures. But still, it will remain challenging. So cautious, yes, if you are careful, but clearly this is not our main focus. We are not in the business of benchmarking countries against each other. Now, this gets me to the second question on the toilet paper in Peru and the broader underlying question of data. So data varies a lot, principally because we have different sources. For Peru, currently, we use data from the Inter-American Development Bank and the World Bank. We don't have national public procurement data, even though I'm aware that recently national publication, open data publication has advanced quite a bit. So in other countries like Germany, which I mentioned, or Uganda, which I mentioned, they have published a lot more data on their national public procurement platforms. So in these countries, we have way more data. Now, you asked also about representativeness. I don't think our data is representative in a sense of a random sample, like posters do for political opinion. It's not at all what we have. We have regulatory thresholds and legal definitions of what should be published. And we have good reasons to believe that most, if not all, contracts which fulfill these regulatory requirements, they are published. So we have full population data for that section, typically high value section of public procurement contracts. Now, this is not the case for World Bank and IDB contracts like Peru, where we only have contracts if the funding is linked to the World Bank and IDB. So that's it for the second one. I hope I could answer the first 2 questions. And then let me just maybe answer the next one, and then I guess we are running out of time. So the raw data available for research for the different indicators. So both the public procurement data and the indicators in there are downloadable. They are not downloadable on ProAct, which is an analytics portal, but they are downloadable on the various portals and GitHub and other open data publications which precede ProAct, for example, the Open Tender portal, which was funded by the European Commission. And basically, these are the sources of the data for ProAct, and they have been made transparently available along with the GitHub code for data collection and cleaning. I'm very happy to share the link to these data download sites if it helps. Jim, should I continue or look at, I see that questions are piling in. What's your advice? We don't have much time left.
Not much time, but maybe one more question. I think there's one that just came in about officers' income. You can see that in the chat box. Whether data include contracting authority officers' income as well as financials.
No, unfortunately, we don't have data on income and asset disclosures. We don't have data on salaries in the public sector. This is definitely something, especially the asset and income disclosures, is definitely something we are thinking about linking to. And it's because we have some countries where we have seen how powerful it can be in combination with procurement data, and also because, as I think yesterday, the first panel of papers have shown, there's increasingly data available on these incomes and assets of public officials. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mishi, and thank you for the great presentation and live demonstration. In the chat box, there is a link, if you look further up, to the actual ProAct platform. And so you can go in and click on that and explore around yourself. So now we go to our next session, which is a lightning talk, so 15-minute presentation on digintegrity, how data and technology are leveraging integrity policies in Latin America. And it's my pleasure to introduce Camilo Cetina, who's a lead specialist at the Public Integrity and Digital Innovation Department at CAF Development Bank of Latin America. Camilo was also one of the members of our expert panel who helped us review the submissions and has been a partner. CAF has been a partner for the preparation of the symposium. So over to you, Camilo.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim, for having me here. We are delighted to lead the lightning talk for today. So my name is Camilo Cetina. I'm based in Bogota, Colombia, currently working for the Directorate for Digital Innovation of the state at CAF. We assist partner countries to deploy digital technologies and solutions towards more open, accountable, and innovative states through different areas such as regulatory policy, digital government, public innovation, smart cities, and of course, the one on my responsibility, which is public integrity. So I just want to share very briefly the work we do, which is called digintegrity. That's the work we do with governments to improve transparency and integrity policies through digital innovations. I just want to split my talk in just 3 parts. I explain what we do, how we are doing it, and where I think we are heading to. So let me please share the screen. How can I? Okay, sorry. Compartir. All right. Okay, I think this is it. So I guess you are seeing the presentation now, right? It's just a few slides.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So, well, so what's digintegrity? That refers to the use of digital technologies as anti-corruption tools to prevent and investigate corruption. And now, I stole the term, I have to be clear on this, I stole the term from the OECD. They coined that word back in 2018, I think, but they just stopped using it. So I just, I decided to rescue the term and try to merchandise it through what we are doing right now at CAF. So in particular, we believe that the smarter use of data analytics, as well as other disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, those are technologies that are proving to be a game changer, right, in the fight against corruption. We believe that the availability of data sets, open data policies as well, are, open the door as integrity drivers, and we can harness those technologies to prevent corruption, or maybe to refine the techniques to investigate corruption. So that's what we do. Now, how we are doing it? We have 3 sets in our intervention plans with governments. I have what I call Digintegrity Basics. The other set is Digintegrity Devices, and finally Digintegrity Catalysts. So what are the basics? Now, we are building this block by block. So the first block is digital government policies, or we prefer, what I mean here is that we need governments to be able to provide some digital services and to communicate different institutions through digital platforms. So once we have that, then we have some computing power, for instance. We also have data governance, data infrastructures, and of course, the ability of citizens and other stakeholders to interact through digital technologies with the government. So that's a very basic condition, which is kind of a challenge as well in Latin America. The block number 2 is what we call proactive transparency standards. So and open data. So transparency is not openness. They are different terms. So when I'm talking about proactive transparency, I'm talking about that citizens are not, they shouldn't need to request information to have it. So public information should be available 24/7 in different or through different platforms, so citizens can access public information whenever they want. So that's proactive transparency. Now, once we have those standards by law and they are properly implemented, then that information is going to be converted in open data sets. And those data sets are going to reflect the different fields of public administration and how public goods are being provided, right? So, and this is a challenge in Latin America to actually achieve those kind of standards. So I have governments every time telling me, oh, we want this smart platform, artificial intelligence to predict corruption. And once we ask, okay, let me see the data that you have to work with, or let me see your platforms and your basic information systems. And maybe they do have information systems, but they don't connect to each other. They cannot share the data properly because they have different standards, or they don't have structured data. So that's a challenge in Latin America. So that's the first pack, the basics. Now, the second pack is digintegrity devices. We first try to work with governments through small problems to motivate them to for data reuse, to work with data analytics. So, for instance, we takes a specific problem like, I don't know, collusion in a specific public procurement process in a specific sector, and we try to see what data they have there, and we try to work with that, maybe in a very descriptive way, or very simple data analytics technologies, and then they can start to understand, to understand how to work with data, what data infrastructure they need. They invest also in computing power. And once we have those conditions, then we take out the big guns here, which is machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, right? So because we do need computing power, but we also need data infrastructure to be able to work with. And so please notice here that through the symposium, we are talking about these technologies, but it's a very huge challenge to actually implement those technologies in governments, because maybe they don't have enough conditions. We were talking, for instance, yesterday that in Brazil, data reliability was kind of a challenge in this procurement agency, right? So that's sorry. Yeah. So that's, getting here is kind of a big pathway, you know. And once we have the devices, then we work with what I call digintegrity catalysts. So we have to make the use of those technologies in governments sustainable. And we have to empower the governments to reuse those technologies and to improve in time through the use of digital innovations for public integrity, which is not an easy job. So the first block that we have there as a catalyst is risk management policies. So as we have, or the same way that we have technology for integrity, we also need integrity for technology. So for instance, we cannot let governments or the platforms to be vulnerable, for misuse or for abuse, or for instance, for political prosecutions in governments, or for instance, abuse of data policies or privacy for data processing, you know. So we need to make sure that the platforms also have some risk management standards that make sure, or that create a safe environment for using those platforms. And then we have the block number 6, which is we want to make policymakers to get a better understanding of two realms here. One realm is digital innovation, and the other one is integrity as independent fields as well. So, for instance, this is not doing digital integrity is not sustainable in governments if they don't have human talent, or they don't have human capital to work with technology. So we have to train that. Maybe auditors or investigators also need data scientists to work in a cross-sectional way or in a transdisciplinary way with other colleagues to actually harness technologies in daily life or in daily work life, right? So that's digital innovation. Or in integrity, we need a proper treatment of other standards. Like we need, for instance, regulations in lobbying. We need a whistleblower protection law. We need, for instance, beneficial ownership regulation. So we have more registers that are actually, or records that are actually very useful for working in digital integrity and harnessing these digital innovations. We also want to partner with different organizations, international organizations, because they already achieved some international standards in data treatment and the way we visualize data and we treat the data, you know, whereas it is infrastructure transparency, or maybe open contracting, or maybe fiscal transparency. You know, we try to work with a very big ecosystem in transparency and integrity to harness the data and to tailor some of these interventions according to the different contexts they have, as Mihály was talking just in the last intervention, right? So that's also very important to build some partnerships. So where I think we are heading to. Now, I just want to share this anecdote. When Paul Krugman was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics, he was given an interview for the New Yorker, and he, I mean, they asked him why Paul Krugman studied economics, right, in the first place, and he was saying that when he was very young, he read this book by Isaac Asimov, which is called Foundation. So in Foundation, they have, the plot is based on a discipline called psychohistory. So psychohistorians was those guys who were combining history, mathematics, statistics, and they were able to predict how civilizations were going to behave across history, and how whether a civilization was meant to fall or was meant to thrive, right? So I think that now we have kind of those tools from the digital ecosystem, right? We're able to take data and to try to predict, you know, some of the human behaviors, and we are seeing this in how personal data, for instance, is being monetized thanks to the technologies that can predict how you are going to consume information, or you are going to the market to consume X or Y product, right? So, and I think that, and then you have this another picture here from the Minority Report, whether you read the book or watched the movie. We had this society, dystopian society, where they were able to predict crime before it happened, right? So I think data is harnessing that possibility. So I think that the deterrent effect on corruption should come from prediction, from the ability to predict, from the ability to prevent and to build policy on prevention, and giving capacities to the authorities to better understand what lies behind corruption, right? Instead of just relying on the criminal prosecution system, right? Which is, I mean, now the deterrent effect is just the criminal prosecution system and the way you negotiate with justice once you are caught by the investigators or you are found guilty on corruption, right? So I think we are heading there, and that will refine even our conception maybe of corruption, our conception of honesty, and the way we can induce those kinds of desirable behaviors on public officers and also within the private sector. So I think that I will leave it there. Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Camilo. Super interesting presentation about the DigIntegrity work, and a lot of very good reminders in there also about what is needed to make the most of this world that we're talking about, of using data to fight corruption. And I like the reminders about what did you say? We need integrity for data as well as the reverse, and that's important to remember. So we're going to take a 15-minute break now. We've had a full morning already, but please be sure to come back in 15 minutes, 10:15 Washington time, where we'll hear a little bit about how the World Bank uses some digital tools itself and some of its work to identify patterns in data, as well as another session of papers that were submitted as part of the symposium, measuring corruption transnationally. So that's coming up in 15 minutes. Thank you all very much.
Jim or Alex, are you there?
Yeah, this is Jim.
Hey, Jim. It's Marcelo. I've been having connection problems, so I wanted to test to see if I can share my screen okay.
You can't, sure, go ahead and test it.
Okay, let me, because I had to switch off all video.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
I can
so you
see
can
it.
see it.
Looks great.
And you can hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thanks,
Okay,
Marcelo.
thanks. Bye.
So see you in 9 minutes.
Yep. Thanks.
Hello, and welcome back to the Symposium on Data Analytics for Anti-Corruption in Public Administration. I believe we're ready to start with our next session. It's my pleasure to introduce Marcelo Donolo, who's the World Bank's Senior Strategy and Operations Officer at the Integrity Vice Presidency. And he is connecting remotely, and he's going to be telling us about what they do to use data for the purposes of anti-corruption, leveraging technology to improve the management of integrity risks, detecting patterns through data. So Marcelo, over to you.
Thank you, Jim. Can you hear me okay? And can you see the slide? Yep, okay. All right. So thank you, and hello everyone. My name is Marcelo Donolo, and I've been with the World Bank for almost 25 years, working mainly on developing and implementing systems to improve the way information is processed, analyzed, and managed for a variety of applications in operational procurement and risk management. For the last 3 years, I've been leading a team of data scientists in INT, the Integrity Vice Presidency of the World Bank, and INT is sort of the anti-corruption arm of the bank that investigates allegations of fraud and corruption and also manages fraud and corruption risk, what we usually refer to integrity risk management. And the presentation I'm going to give is in 2 parts. I'll start with an overview of how INT has been addressing macro challenges with data and systems. And by macro, I mean all the structural IT components that will make it possible to collect, manage, and distribute data, and how our approach to try and resolve these challenges really define the overall direction of our IT modernization strategy. The second part of the presentation will then cover 3 technology initiatives we've been exploring through various pilots. So these macro challenges relate to questions we asked when we were developing our strategy about 3 years ago. And it was driven by both a rethinking of the way we approached IT solutions and by a need to better leverage technology to be able to streamline and improve the detection and management of integrity risks in bank financed operations. So we identified 4 focus areas. The first related to the cost effectiveness of our technology choices. In other words, we explored what INT would need to do to build systems and data solutions that were both that were cost effective to develop, run, and importantly, scale over time. The second area what we looked at was related to data security, where we thought through how we should build the security architecture in our systems to handle strictly confidential data. And this, of course, requires a solid security infrastructure for you to be able to move information around within your unit and disseminate it across your staff. And third, we explored how we could build within INT an IT infrastructure that would allow us to continually conceptualize, build, deploy, and enhance data products while meeting all data security requirements. And finally, we looked at how we would develop INT's capacity to ingest, integrate, and process data in real time from both internal and external data sources. So I'll explain briefly the direction we took by starting with the concept of CI/CD, or continuous integration, continuous delivery, which is really a set of operating principles that enable application developers to increasingly automate the way they build systems through a constant process of planning, coding, building, testing, deploying, and monitoring application software and outputs produced through this framework. So to apply the CI/CD model, we would require an infrastructure where data could be stored and accessed securely, where data would be processed through well-defined data workflows that connect data sources to the processing engines through which data outputs are then provided, and developing user interfaces that we could surface through the software we would build so that end users could receive and engage with those outputs. So the setup would have to provide efficiency gains that would keep operating costs down while accelerating the delivery and the quality of our data services. So to operationalize this model, we decided to build a private cloud for INT within the World Bank Cloud to not only benefit from storage capacity, which is of course highly scalable and elastic in the way you can commission or decommission cloud resources as needed, but also to leverage cluster computing that a cloud setup affords you, because when you're processing complex data heavy queries, of course, you need computer power. So we've configured our cloud to capture data sources from inside the World Bank, from external sources, and begin applying CI/CD to build and deploy apps and data services securely to various user groups within INT. And since late 2019 or so, we've built around 20 apps and modules that run in real time, thanks to API-based data services that the bank's IT department provides to business units from an array of corporate systems. So there was a wealth of data that we could already bring in near real time. So we've been using these data services to test concepts and processes, to pilot initiatives, and to give INT staff visibility to hundreds of thousands of data points that feed our dashboards, which staff use for research and basic analytics and reporting. The images you see are examples of some user interfaces like geographical maps, heat maps, and other pretty typical charts and graphs that we've built over the last 2 years, which has really helped us better prepare for the more complex work of machine learning and AI we wanted to explore, together with all the cloud management that goes with that. So in the next set of slides, I'll be covering 3 of those more advanced data solutions. The 3 data, or I should say information challenges that we're trying to resolve these days in INT are, one, about how INT can quickly review large document collections in little time. For example, how could we use machines to summarize, let's say, 5 years of historical project audit reports in 7 sectors across 15 countries in the region without having to read thousands of pages, not to mention the difficulty in actually searching for and getting the information that you need. 2, how could we use satellite imagery of civil work sites, for example, to remotely verify at specific points in time the presence of structures like school buildings or of construction equipment like trucks or other machinery. And 3, more broadly, what tools and methods could we explore to combine various data sets to test for and analyze complex patterns? For example, exploring the corporate profile of suppliers that are bidding in a bank-funded project to determine if a shell company may be facilitating bidder collusion. So our first exploration on reviewing large document collections, we began exploring topic modeling about a year and some ago, and have been focusing on project audit reports that projects receive from supreme audit institutions, with the aim of extracting from them a summary of issues, risks, and recommendations relevant to integrity risks in bank operations. So we started up drawing our methodology and selecting an initial sample. And the methodology has 3 phases: import and pre-processing, summary and analysis, and verification or validation and scaling. For the first phase, we called on subject matter experts, or SMEs, from across the bank to help us create a customized training data set for the model called the corpus. And a corpus is the group of important words, terms, and statements for the algorithm to use together with other reference data like data dictionaries, when it combines and tests that against INT's machine learning classifier, and for it to learn how to recombine words into a legible summary for an end user to read. This layer is also the backend where all the PDFs that are stored in our data lake are fed to an OCR engine. Because the data that comes from our documents is unlabeled data, SMEs helped us complete a data labeling exercise first, where they labeled each sentence in the document based on sentence sentiment, like positive, neutral, and negative statements, and then categorize that sentence as an issue, a risk, or a recommendation. And I'll cover this process in more detail in a bit. So for the second phase of the process, we use the labeled data as a benchmark to train a multi-class classification model with supervised machine learning. And the model is adapted to learn and classify sentences. So in applying it, each sentence would be labeled based on the classification. And we conducted model evaluation using standardized F1 metrics, so accuracy, precision, and weighted recall. And the outputs were then further benchmarked against the sentences that our SMEs had labeled. So each sentence was then grouped with a corresponding label to form separate corpuses. So then using a summarization algorithm, these corpuses were used to generate summaries for specific labels, then organized in what we call buckets around 2 topics. I'll show an example in a bit, but just an important note here to say that we're not just identifying and extracting sentences that matter. The algorithm is actually using its own grammatical syntax to rewrite content in summary form. So in our third phase, layers were integrated into a single end-to-end pipeline to surface the results that together form a picture of the document with succinct summaries that end users can read. And we then verified the outputs with SMEs to determine accuracy. Now, algorithm training and testing, as many of you may know, is a real iterative process. It takes a lot of time. So the labels given by SMEs are fed to the algorithm to test against its classification of labels. And until we reach a desired level of accuracy, we train the algorithm to the point where we fit the model. So we've now reached a bit over 80% accuracy and are ready to start scaling for this document type to more than just a handful of documents we've been using for our initial testing. The next set of slides should give you a sense of what the algorithm outputs look like in practice. I mentioned that we think of the output categories being organized around topics and buckets because we organize outputs into 3 sentiment types for topic 1, positive, neutral, and negative sentences that the algorithm detected in the document. We then surface the final content to the end user as a summarized text organized under our topic 2 as summary categories. So for the audit documents we're reviewing, it made most sense to categorize those summaries by issues, risks, and recommendations that are identified in the report. But depending on the document you're analyzing, of course, your categorization or features would have to be different. We're also exploring what this type of output should look like in the context of a broader risk assessment. In particular, how the output should be presented so that it makes sense for the end user, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the end user has to understand how all this is being surfaced on their end. And I'll try to explain this with this example. What you see on the bottom half of the slide is a section of the dashboard we developed that shows a graph with a blue line that captures a project's performance rating that's derived in part from the project's audit reports over a 10-point time series or 10 sequences, and an orange line that captures the algorithm's sentiment score for each of those 10 sequences. So by clicking on a sequence point in the orange line, a pop-up window shows the output of the algorithm's summarization of the audit report findings that apply to the rating sequence selected. So as we scale this up, we plan to develop dashboards that surface aggregated outputs so that end users can use this and many other indicators to assess integrity risks at projects, sectoral, country, or even regional levels. The second challenge we're exploring relates to remote sensing technology as a way for INT to gather intel on, say, civil works construction site without being physically present at the site. So the approach we've taken here is to first build a few dashboard models that could house the satellite image using maps and project geolocations to plot World Bank funded procurement activity across a geographical area. And we're working with right now with the World Bank's data lab to provide us with the satellite images so that we can layer the image on top of the desired data point through a pop-up window activated when you click on a pin. If the use of this type of imaging proves valuable to INT, we'll then explore API-based provisioning services directly from the satellite image providers. And since we are within the cloud, it would be relatively easy to make an API call and store that data inside of the cloud. And finally, our third area is pattern detection. And we've been testing a tool many of you may know called Neo4j Bloom. It's a graph database management system and a graph exploration application that allows you to easily integrate layers of data into a model and to program algorithms to help end users analyze visual relationships across complex data graphs. And Neo4j allows you to easily extract the schema from any relational database and turn it into a graph schema, visually emphasize relationships between entities, perform complex queries more easily, and run queries on both internal and external data sources, which is really important for our work. Now, the customizable machine learning and AI capabilities is really what we think makes Neo4j so powerful and so interesting. And we're looking at 2 of these capabilities. The first is link prediction, where you standardize a model once you determine a pattern and apply it across the data set using supervised learning. The algorithm helps determine the closeness of a pair of nodes using the topology of the graph, and the computed scores can then be used to predict new relationships between them. For instance, if I'm analyzing a particular project where a possible bid rigging pattern was detected, I can apply that pattern to all projects under that sector and test the frequency of the event beyond just that one project I was initially looking at. The second capability is K-nearest neighbors, or KNN. And KNN is a classifier used in unsupervised learning that looks for common traits and features across data points. Then it determines if there's any commonality among them, then organizes that into clusters. So it's easier to observe when entities share the same trait or feature. An approach we've been taking, and I'll use here an illustrative example from a Neo4j stock image, is to test API-based services from providers of corporate registry data and connect that layer to a Neo4j output like the one you see here, which let's say is showing connections across suppliers bidding for contracts. So if we want to look at two clusters of interest whose nodes you see on the left and right of the graph to determine if they're related, the two red circles, we can, through INT's cloud services, place an API query with a provider of corporate registry information and add that data set as an additional layer to the supplier record, which the tool integrates with the model and surfaces on the existing graph. Beneficial ownership data from that service could then be used to help uncover connections and associations, like in this example, where two nodes, when layered with the UBO data, indicate a strong association between two suppliers that share the same majority owner. Of course, this is a very simplified example, but I hope you get the idea. We're also planning on bringing in other types of external data, of course, including social media, adverse media content, and a host of other risk indicators from both outside and within the bank to increase the number of attributes we can mix and match and test when assessing integrity risks in operations. So this is the end of the presentation. I hope it was useful in giving you a bit of a sense of what we're doing in INT on these technology initiatives. And I'm here with the lead data scientist in INT, who of course was sort of the brain behind all of this work, Krishna Kasari, so if you have any very technical questions, he and I would be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcelo, for the interesting presentation. For those who don't know, we've long had a sort of a dual approach to helping countries control corruption in the World Bank. So one is our role to work with governments and civil societies to try to address corruption as a development malady, and in much the same way we do other things which are hindrances to our goals of eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. But we also, of course, take a special interest in trying to ensure that corruption doesn't weaken and waste and taint projects that we are involved in. And the INT Vice Presidency is in the lead in following up on allegations, and very important work that we just heard from Marcelo is about not just trying to chase the horses after they've got out, not just closing the barn door after they've got out, but to actually try to understand where the risks are in advance. And very exciting to hear about the efforts to use data for that purpose. A lot of the same sort of data from World Bank procurement we also heard about in the ProAct platform, which includes World Bank, but also national and IADB procurement databases. Let me just pause and see if we have any questions coming in.
Jim, I think there's a...
Okay, if you, I can't see the questions at the moment, so, but I believe.
Sure. I can see one in chat. Do you want me to
Yeah,
answer it?
please go ahead. I do see the question about filtering out biases. So please go ahead, Marcelo.
Oh. Sure. I'm not sure about filtering out biases. Let me see. I'll address the first one, that the only one I see here from a participant who's wondering if we have developed a sentiment dictionary for anti-corruption issues. And if yes, where can I find it? If not, do you use any predetermined dictionary? So I think I'll turn this one over to Krishna on this question. Krishna, if you could answer that. Thanks.
Hi, Marcelo. I couldn't see that question. If you could repeat it again, I could answer it.
Sure. So the first is if we have developed a sentiment dictionary for anti-corruption issues, right. And if yes, where can I find it? If not, do you use any predetermined dictionary?
So our approach was not to design a dictionary, rather we designed the labels so we could able to train our model against these labels, because the documents, especially audit reports, comes with the unlabeled data across the bank. So instead of the dictionaries, we approach with the labels, and we could able to write the multi-class classification model to predict whether these labels are accurate enough. So that way we constantly retrain the model till we reach an accuracy.
Thanks, Krishna. Jim, I don't see any other questions. I don't know if...
I'll read you the other question. Sorry, my computer froze up and I had to reboot, so I lost track here, but my colleague is helping me out with this. So the question, it was a reflection, actually, says how to filter out any bias in the source of data, especially when referring to media.
Yeah, we haven't tackled media yet. We're preparing our systems to do that, but I don't know if any of the panelists, or Krishna, if you have any ideas or reflections on filtering out bias, referring to media.
Definitely, Marcelo. I believe the media here needs much more opening, whether it's a social media or the print media we are talking about. Yeah. So if it is the social media analytics, we have not yet touched that space, right? So for the bias, in a way, like, you know, the normalization of the data is one of the biggest approach for what we do for our topic modeling for the label prediction. So that way we don't let one dependent variable outweigh every other dependent variables in terms of predicting an outcome. So,
yeah. There's a reason why we're tackling that one much later in our work program. Thanks, Krishna. Appreciate it. I think that's it, Jim.
Okay, so I don't see any other questions coming in. I guess the big question is how would you characterize in one or two sound bites the results from all of this? Question from me.
Thank you. Well, I think the one thing we did that was rather risky was to bet on the options we made about technology, and that isn't a small thing if you're working in an organization where budgets are always limited and you sort of have to make choices about where do I spend this money. So we took a lot of time to think really carefully into not only what we invested on, but how do you sort of build out value before you get to sort of the more advanced stuff. How do you build value so that you show people that what you can do with data and what the possibilities are, and you also have a whole change management process behind this that you have to sort of pay attention to, because you want to bring people along with the ideas. So this is why we took this approach with let's set up dashboards first that meet some initial business needs, which are all about searching for data and looking at data in a way that makes sense without spending a lot of time. And we've made, I think, great strides in that point, while we bought time to work on the more complex issues regarding technology and all the methodologies around these pilots. And I think so far, I mean, to me, and we're looking at, for us, of course, cost is important, not only not only the results, because we want to be able to afford doing all this. And what we see is hugely different than what was there before, where the way we spend our money on looking at data and analyzing it, moving it out to end users is much more efficient and effective than in the past. And I think this is a really important thing to keep in mind for those of you that that work on developing and implementing systems, is that your value proposition has to be visible and tangible very quickly for your project to sort of survive, especially for making long-term investments. And I think from the initial set of products that we've launched, we can already see that people are spending less time looking for data. They're being able to really be much more efficient about the information they look at and the way they use that information to make decisions. So this is something that we're hoping to improve very quickly. And our next fiscal year is going to be very exciting, because a lot of these pilots are going to start showing the benefits, and we'll be able to scale up from there.
Thanks. And I know from our registration list for the symposium, there are quite a number of people registered from anti-corruption agencies. Excuse me. From anti-corruption agencies around the world, and I'm sure it's of great interest to them about how to make the best use of data in this sort of analytical, preventive way, rather than only investigative. So thank you very much, Marcelo, for the interesting presentation. We're actually a minute ahead of schedule, but I think we have everyone connected. So perhaps we can go ahead and start in with the next session. So next session is measuring corruption transnationally, and we have Erica Bosio, who's from our development economics vice presidency. This is our research arm of the World Bank, and we try to work closely, and we want to work even more closely with DEC, the Development Research Group, and we have some other participation later in the symposium. Erica is going to chair this session on measuring corruption transnationally, and I'll turn it over to Erica for the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jim. Welcome to today's last session, what has been a very interesting and engaging day. Today's last session, as Jim mentioned, is focusing on measuring corruption transnationally, and Jim, which of course we all know well, will be our discussant today. In this session, we will hear presentations on 3 contributions. The first paper is titled Anti-Corruption Technology to Face a Global Economy, Federated Learning, Open Data Catalogs, and Blockchain, and is written by Philip Treleven, Daniel Denny, M. Kazim, Adriano Soares Koshiyama, and Rares Dolga. But will be presented today by Daniel Denny, who is a professor and researcher at the Center for Advanced Studies in Applied Economics in Brazil. After that, we will hear from Francesca Recanatini, who will present a paper focusing on why some public agencies are less corrupt than others. Francesca is a lead economist with the World Bank and will provide some lessons for institutional reforms from survey data. And then lastly, our third contribution is on fighting corruption from space by Sveta Kolluri and Kandar Patel. Sveta kindly agreed to lead the presentation, and Sveta is the head of experimentation at UNDP India. So without further ado, Danielle, the floor is yours. Danielle perhaps is connecting. I thought I saw her already connected, so maybe she's just joining. Danielle, if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Right. I believe she is connected, but perhaps muted.
Yeah. Perhaps muted.
No, you're still muted. I can see the.
You're still muted, yeah.
There we go.
Yes, I think now it should work.
Finally.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much for having us here. It's a great honor, and I hope we can contribute with some ideas of our work. I am part of a group of people that have been studying many topics under many perspectives in a very multidisciplinary way. I myself am from the policy, governance, economics, and legal area, but we have also computer scientists, philosophers, all sorts of researchers with us in this huge effort to deal with some usages that we identified that are very important to bring better governance in these points that we will talk about. So our leader is Philip, this is here in the photo, and the authors of these papers are the ones that I mentioned here, Adriano, Henry, Harris, and myself. To give you an overview of our concern, we identified that technology has a possibility, can contribute, especially bringing transparency to a better global governance. And global economics, especially if we think of companies that are from many decades already, having more data in their knowledge than governments. And now the COVID had made the use of this private data more not more invasive, but it can lead to situations that we have to think about, especially if we don't have the right tools in place to bring these public gains. So definitely, transparency is a problem. It leads to corruption, and corruption is one of the main problems in the world, and we have to tackle this. But not any technology or any public and private sharing of data in any way can help us, because as a very known musician in Brazil, I don't know if many of you know him, it's Caetano Veloso, composed in a song recently. We are under a change, and some companies, he calls angels, mutilated angels, the people, especially the platforms, the digital platforms that are amounting a massive amount of data on people. And this is sang in the song very troublesome, in a very troublesome way. I recommend you to hear it. And I put in the preprint of the paper translation, roughly translation of the lyrics, if anyone is interested in see this. But what I identify, what he identified, is that we have a threat here, and we have to think about first the infrastructure of this data. And that's why our paper is important, because we try to understand how to have this positive effect, digital devices with more sensors, with more possibility of creating data, with all our lives going on online, so much more data all the time. And instant economy. And as Camilo Cetina said, hopefully we will be able to predict many of our wrongdoers in a preemptive act, like in the Minority Report, as he said. But also, if we do this shifting from the real world to the online world without the reasonable infrastructure that can bring us this data in a very useful way, like parameterized and open, to be not really, as Tatiana yesterday mentioned, not any openness. We need a system that can enable many agents, many stakeholders to work with this information and bring social benefits and create these new solutions that we can produce. So this is really the moment to think about it, because if we don't take measures to guarantee this infrastructure in a just ethical way, we will lead to a digital rights crisis. It's even a human rights crisis, as some authors put on, because for example, freedom of expression is at stake, privacy is at stake, many others indirect effects are possible to be identified as well as a problem. So our paper identified some solutions, for example, federated learning, this kind of way of using data. You take the technology to the data, not use and gathers the data with you. So this can lead to a more ethical use of this massive amount of data, bringing also privacy and complying with the many regulations about use of data, not only on privacy, but also fundamental rights, like other private fundamental rights, like in the Constitution of Brazil is very broad in this aspect. And our group, our team, made an experiment with this in a paper that we defended in a Congress recently. I put the link for you there. To use a readable way, to create a readable way about contracts. And with this, we faced many challenges because the legal language is very complex and the implications, but in a way we could give this understandable to the algorithm. And so, and it was in a very probably feasible way to do in a broader experiment. We did a small experiment so far. Another option that not another option, but it has to be all together because they are equally important, is open data catalogs. Not only open data, but in a way that we can really use this data and not only the ones that produce it. For example, we had a study on the production, on the sharing of mobile phone information with governments. It's very positive, this example, for example, this example specifically. But if this data is not really, it's being private owned and shared when the company is okay with that, we don't have the social benefits that we could have if we built an infrastructure that would receive this. And so the data would not be private anymore or public or from the agents, but from this catalog. And this would create a value broader than only the use of it. So, and also in cases of extreme problems, Brazil, and we also case studied that recently in this paper that I show you, and I mentioned in the preprint that I shared on the chat box, is Brazil had a case of we call data napkin, like kidnapping, not data napping, because our data from the start of the pandemic, our health data that had been shared for years and was well public and also by regulation in a situation that's not an emergency would have to be public, suddenly disappeared from the internet. It simply disappeared, vanished. So many reports, journalists, think tanks were suddenly without any way to verify if the policies, the health policies were being effective or not. Even the number of deaths, it was cooked up. So this is an absolute emergency that we faced, and this would not be happening if we had this catalog of open data in place. Having this information uploaded automatically in a way that the infrastructure receive and also share and enable those that are interested, like the other shareholders that could even enable new enterprises or startups to provide solutions based on those data. And today we don't have, it's very not troublesome, but long process to have this data in a very systematic, workable way. And this also creates more democracy because we could participate more and have a better assessment. We identify as well that we are in a, not only in a pandemia, but also in an infodemia in Brazil. Those who know Brazil, we are having infestation of fake news in a scale never before experienced. And the last tech that we highlight as very important is the use of distributed ledger technology. We know that by the blockchains, and also we relate that with corruption and not with anti-corruption solutions, but it has many qualities that could be used to tackle corruption if those distributed ledger technologies were built to give more transparency, monitor better, get this information in an accurate and online instant way, and also enabling auditing in a very robust way. So in a very not depending on any steps and middlemen, but directly. So this is very positive. And in smart contracts as well, we had a case study that analyzed the electronic taxation, the notes of Brazil in a state, they are all electronics. And if we had smart contracts relating to those electronic forms that are already are being provided, we would be able to create, for example, benefits and cross data comparison with the cars licensed in the state, with the identification of the ones that did the equivalence of tax revenues. So we mentioned that many qualities of implementing distributed ledger technology in this environment, especially because we could design solutions and that would be very effective and including to the anti-corruption effort. Also to give more revenue, more speed, and enable things that together are very, very costly to the governments. In this case study, was it the state government of São Paulo that we analyzed it. And also we could have applications when people don't trust each other, but they are using this technology in a way that they believe the infrastructure is secure enough to share data, to store data, and that has a benefit for itself. If you think of many challenges that the organizations face, only this is already an application by itself. And also we could link this with real-time inputs automatically from Internet of Things devices, for example. Therefore, taking off the human interference of the data production. As Tatiana mentioned yesterday, we had a very difficult problem with those that put in the paper and in the system one thing, but talk outside those systems, other situations. So this secrecy would be impossible in this automatic uploading of data. And we studied that possibility of using distributed ledger technology for better governments also in the case of Agenda 2030 goals and sub-goals. There are many, and the data produced by each municipality in the world, it would be possibly a very good situation to have this technology we analyzed in this paper, in this book. And also the possibility to be effective in measuring, tracking and auditing sustainability standards. Therefore, avoiding greenwashing of basically companies that say they are very good on sustainability and actually are doing not that, or even worse, doing the opposite of what I said. So that would be another implication, another application of this technology. So most of all, in a nutshell, what we identified that it is important to design this infrastructure, this technology infrastructure, is data ethics. And basically having something that guarantees privacy, so the systems mitigate this personal data possibility of leakage, and also fairness. So the system does not come up with conclusions that are biased, racist, or have prejudices inside the technical design of the technology. Explainability, at least at some sense, it makes a bit of sense. You can at least understand why that is there. Of course, we won't never be able to understand everything that computers will work on, but we can have a system that provides the grounds for the decisions in a way that we understand why those suggestions were programmed, and not from, oh. We have also lots of works on this aspect as well, our team. And as Camilo just said, we need robustness. We have to have systems that are not vulnerable. We need that to provide these gains that are enormous, but we have to be aware of those risks that come with the gains as well. Thank you. That was everything that I was.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you very much for this presentation, highlighting both the benefits, but also the dangers of data, and highlighting also perhaps some of the possible safeguards that can be implemented to mitigate some of these dangers. So next we will go to Francesca Recanatini, who will present her work. Francesca,
thank you very
the floor
much.
is yours.
Yes, thank you, Erika. And I already wanted to thanks the organizer for the event, because this is a very great group of colleagues presenting different research and advance in this area that is extremely helpful for the work that we do. I don't have such a beautiful and interactive presentation as Danielle had. I was incredibly impressed. I'm much more traditional in my in my upbringing, so I will try to go very quickly over the presentation, and hopefully then we will have a good discussion with our colleague Jim Anderson for the question and answer and question for the participant. I'm gonna share the screen for my presentation. It's almost like we needed to change a little bit of our mindset when we think about what I'm going to present. This is I'm going to share result of a research project that was done, started a few years ago, and it really, can you please, Erika, confirm that you are seeing the right?
At the moment, we do not. We see just a black screen.
Yeah, I do apologize because it's slow. So so what I wanted to say is that this work started, this research work that we tried to present, started as a piece of work that was pushed by an interest in trying to determine what to do at the country level with countries that were facing challenges in terms of corruption. So we started to collect the data that actually came from different sources. And I think that for the purpose of this panel, that is it's actually the most important point. Let me see. Do you see it now? Because it's telling me that it's sharing it.
We don't see it, but perhaps I can try to share it. I have your presentation if the one that you sent. Yes. Okay, now we see it.
Perfect. Thank you. And the presentation is available afterwards, because I will try to keep to my 12-15 minutes and go very quickly. So the focus of this work is why, if we look at one country, we see different government agencies displaying different level of corruption. This is the question that we really wanted to try to understand and trying to really focus on. So we started by looking, and we stumbled this work by looking at the data that we started to collect in 10 different countries, different point in time, in Latin America and in the African continent. The data is very different from the data that we have heard both in the technical session or early this morning, or just now described by Danielle. It was survey data from survey to household, to enterprises, and to a public official. And we actually, we started to observe, and unfortunately, I don't see anything moving. I'm sorry, Erika, because I only see the titles. Like
yeah, it's not moving. If you want, I can try to share the presentation.
So
yes, Jim.
Okay, that's actually being shared here. So if you tell me when to advance, this is the version you sent last night. So if you updated it,
That's
then,
perfect.
then we
That
can't.
will be
But
even easier.
if you just tell
So
us when
next
to
slides.
advance. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So and this is actually going to be much easier for us too. So the starting point, as I was describing, was this work that we did a few years back, looking at data collected through survey. And we started to see, next slide, that if we look at different countries, we actually had two observations that I wanted to share with the participant. First, there was the country clearly came to us because they had severe corruption problem as suggested, pointed out by aggregate international indicators. So they were considered to be similar in terms of corruption as a challenge. But when we look within the country, there were citizens and public officials and enterprises reported different typology of corruption taking place. So that was the first observation. Not every country had issue with what we bribe payment. Some country did, some other didn't, or issue with nepotism, patronage within the public administration, or mismanagement of public funds, or corruption in procurement. Here I just show a selection. Different countries reported different typology of corruption. First observation. Next slide. The second observation was not only corruption was different, but if we look, for example, and here I just give you a quick breakdown between agency of the government that were part of the executive and versus agency of the government that were local government. They display different level of corruption as reported by their own employees. So even if the country overall was perceived or by using international cross-country indicator to be corrupted among the same level, if we look within the country, there was a difference in the type of corruption that took place in each country and in how much corruption was in different type of agency. Next slide. That triggered a question for us, a policy question more than a research question. Why do we observe this difference in behavior or this difference in level of corruption at the agency level? Is there something that we can do that can be helpful for us to suggest as a policy instrument so that we can actually begin to address the problem of corruption? The paper goes through three different levels of analysis, looking at what might determine corruption in this country. The first level, next slides, it's really about trying to understand corruption, focusing on some of the characteristics of this government agency. We had, in the end, because this survey were not collected with the idea of comparing information across country, but they were collected for each country. At the end, our sample was about 1,000 observations from this different country, 10 different countries. And so we had a lot of information about the government agency. And we looked at whether, for example, level of corruption within the agency dependent on how much the agency interacted with the citizen or with businesses. If they offer a service that was, quote unquote, a type of service that could not be found anywhere else, a monopolistic provider of the service. If they operated in certain sector that led to greater corruption. So we actually categorize all the agency by the sector where they operated. We looked at also clearly their location in the country, both in terms of the urban, the province where they were located, and we tried to determine if that could explain. And the first level of result suggests that when services, agencies that provide services to firms that were domestic, not foreign firm, they tend to have higher level of corruption. Also, firms that where the demand for the service provided by that agency was more inelastic, There were very little alternatives. So that agency displayed higher level of corruption. We also looked and collected information outside the survey per se on how the head of the agency was appointed. And when the head of the agency was elected, those agencies tend to display higher level of corruption. Municipal government display higher level of corruption, and also agencies that operated in sector that had to do with infrastructure project. Next slide. So that was the first level. We then ask ourselves, is there something else that might determine the level of corruption? And here is where we start to do something that had more value at the policy level. The element that I described before, the characteristic that we use until now, were given. Is something that we cannot, an agency operates in the transport sector or infrastructure sector, in the health sector. We cannot change that. So we looked at additional feature that could be a useful policy instrument for us. Those features, thanks to the survey of public officials, were three. First, if the agency had an internal audit mechanism present within the agency. Second, the evaluation by the staff of that agency of the hiring and promotion system in that agency. We call that merit. So if there was a merit-based system that employees recognize and give it a certain high grade. Third, whether the decision about how budget was and policy decision were made in that agency were made publicly available. These three elements we call an internal organization. This is how agency and organization organize themselves. And we thought we wanted to see if any of these three features makes the agency more, less likely to have a different level of corruption, or if they are completely not relevant. When we looked at these three features of internal organization were associated with lower level of corruption at the agency level. Next slide. I wanted to share with you, actually, let's go to the next one because it's even more interesting. Thank you, Jim. So we looked at the overall corruption by agency level, and audit, merit, and openness were very strong explanatory variable. They help us to understand the diversity, the change in level of corruption across agency. But then we did something different, and this is something I want us to reflect. We also, thanks to the data that we had, very disaggregate, were able to have different types of corruption, not just corruption per se, but corruption in public procurement, administrative corruption of bribery, corruption in the way the budget was allocated, corruption in the decision about personnel and human resources, corruption about regulation and within the agency. And if you look what we actually realize by looking at the different type of corruption, the different type of corruption at the agency level are affected differently by the different dimension of international organization. Let me give you a very concrete example. Corruption in personnel, audit, merit, and openness clearly have helped us to agencies that have this strong internal organization feature are less likely to have corruption in personnel. But how the three feature of internal organization affect the corruption in personnel is different. A merit-based system, as reported by public official, clearly weighs more. Corruption, let me give you a different example. Corruption in administrative corruption and bribery payment. Here, openness about how things are, decisions are made by the agency weighs a lot. So we also start to understand that not every policy, not every feature of internal organization has the same impact on different type of corruption. And this is evidence to support that. Next, so I'm gonna just wrap up. There are a lot of problems with this. And Jim, I'm sure that if I had stopped the presentation here, I would have come with all this question. Why? We're only looking at that country. And we could be using measures that are very subjective, because remember, we use corruption as evaluated by the public official as dependent variable, the level of corruption, and then some of our explanatory variable, the evaluation on how well the HR system works by public officials. So we have both the subjective measure when we try to do this estimation. More importantly, and this is the point about the omitted variable, there is the possibility that the agency that show lower level of corruption are those, for example, that have very good managers. Managers that care about corruption and also care about introducing internal organization mechanism and feature that make the agency work well, not just because they are worried about corruption, but because they want to deliver the service that they are supposed to deliver. They want to manage well the resources. So how do we do that? So we thought about that, and next slide, and this is my last slide. We really looked at what is called an instrumental variable. How do we control? And we are able to actually separate this potential effect of endogenous effect and be able to actually make sure that when we looked at how agencies are different in level of corruption, we are really capturing the impact of internal organization. We looked at all the agencies that work in the same sector, in the same country than our agency of interest, calculated the average of internal organization that is supposed to reflect the country laws, sectoral regulation, etc. And we use that as our instrument to isolate it and remove the potential endogeneity problem. Next slide. What we end up to see is that when we have what we will call a weak instrument, but we do see that internal organization, it is responsible to explain why agencies are actually display different level of corruption across within the same country and within the same sector. What are my final reflection? This was initial for us as a work and as a policy question, because we wanted to be able to provide concrete policy instrument to government in a country to say, this can help you. And this tell you why, as we all know, some agency in a country work very well and some other don't seem to work very well. And it's not simply about the leadership of the agency. There are other internal organization feature that can help you to make an agency work better. The data is very rich and tell us and stress the importance of going deeper, not just look at the aggregate level of information that we have about the country, because we notice different behavior within the same country at the agency level, not just across country or maybe within the country across different regions. Within the country, different agencies perform differently, and we can actually begin to think how to introduce institutional policy that can help us to make sure that there are less difference in terms of corruption. Let me stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim, for
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you for the presentation that focuses not only on the determinants, I guess, of corruption, but also on their actionability and what is it that we can actually action when looking at the policy angle. So I will now pass it to Sveta for our last presentation on fighting corruption from space. Sveta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Erika, and a very good evening from India. So it's a privilege to actually share the panel with Francesca and Denny. Fascinating presentations from the two female speakers today. And in the spirit of data science and more power to women, let me just share my paper with everyone. Please let me know if you're able to.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, are you able to see the screen? Okay, can you see my screen? Perfect. So our paper, Fighting Corruption from Space, is actually set in the context of India. It captures some of the perspectives of the two practitioners of data science, myself, Sweta Koluri, and my co-author, Kandav Patel, who is director of National Academy of Audit and Accounts. So that's the premier academy of an oversight agency in India, the Supreme Audit Institution of the country. So thank you for the opportunity to present here. Actually, working on the paper, we had the opportunity to interact with several colleagues in the similar field, exchanging notes with them, and at the same time reflecting, thinking about scalability and replicability of some of the amazing things that they were doing. So we really zoomed out during this process to reflect on the ecosystem itself to fight corruption across various sectors. So we see that corruption is a rampant problem across the world and more serious one in the global south. The problem has been discussed at a great length in various literature. We have learned that government control and regulation function of the government also provides ripe environment for corruption, as quoted by numerous literature papers. And in India, oversight agencies and the regulatory agencies are entrusted with the responsibility to prevent, detect, and respond to the corrupt practices. While these agencies are equipped with authority and tools to deter corruption, their challenges are also immense, especially given their limited capacities vis-a-vis the magnitude of the challenge. In this era of data revolution, as described on day one of the symposium by Delia from Transparency International, we are definitely seeing increasingly many technology options and technologies emerging as an important tool to enhance corruption efforts, anti-corruption efforts. So the use of alternative and non-traditional data sources such as remote sensing, backed by open data platforms, high performance computing, and artificial intelligence are offering new possibilities to mitigate corruption. Innovative applications using alternative data from remote sensing and spatial analysis have mushroomed in India across various sectors. In this paper, we synthesize such innovative use cases from the country to discuss some of the opportunities and challenges faced by the oversight and regulatory agencies to adopt remote sensing technologies to mitigate corruption. So the scope of research is mostly around the oversight and regulatory agencies, technology being the remote sensing applications, and the country context being India. A little bit about the oversight and regulatory agencies before we move forward. So in this paper, we have defined oversight agencies as those responsible for reviewing and monitoring public sector organizations and their policies, plans, programs, and projects. Some of the examples being Supreme Audit Institution, Central Vigilance Commission, Parliamentary Oversight Committees, Judiciary. Regulatory agencies refer to independent government bodies established by law to set standards in a specific field of activity in the private sector of the economy and to enforce those standards. Some of the examples being environmental regulators, mining regulators, the Reserve Bank of India, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, etc. Now, oversight agencies and the regulatory ones, they set standards of behavior and treatment for public agencies and monitor compliance against those standards. So the deviation or non-compliance is an indicator of potential corruption. To give you a little bit of an overview, the impact of findings of oversight agencies in the context of corruption in India could range from almost negligible, that are not even picked up by political opposition, to massive ones that can even trigger a huge political movement in India, like India Against Corruption, which happened in 2011. So the key questions that we ask here in this paper is basically to look into the landscape of sectors that are relevant for fighting corruption using remote sensing applications. What patterns and trends can be learned from the existing use cases? And what systemic policy changes are required in order to promote more and more adoption to mitigate corruption in the country. So our methodology uses a combination of primary and secondary methods, secondary research through various literature to understand the huge landscape of remote sensing applications. And we have referred to numerous audit reports which have used technologies in an interesting way. At the same time, we have conducted semi-structured interviews with the key team members, which are who are responsible for development of these innovative use cases. So what was their motivation? What was the approach? What sort of approvals did they have to go through? The tools used, challenges faced, the limitations and the results. We have also done an opinion survey of middle management and the senior management. These are the key decision makers of the oversight agencies across the country to understand what is the perceived value and perspective on remote sensing applications. So we have synthesized our observations from all these means to arrive at challenges and enabling conditions to promote these new age technologies to fight corruption. So looking at the landscape of various remote sensing technologies, we have mapped various Earth observation remote sensing technologies available for the oversight agencies. They're categorized as per their type, service providers, spatial, spectral, temporal resolutions. We have also categorized them based on their availability as a free or a paid service, because a lot of people in the audience yesterday have were also worried about the cost effectiveness of some of these applications and their utility in various sectors. So Earth observation and remote sensing technologies, as we all know, are not new to the world. In fact, India has been experimenting with these technologies since the 1980s. However, the remote sensing services and access to data have been restricted to government agencies leading the space programs. But then things have changed in the last 15 years. The USGS, the United States Geological Survey, has democratized Landsat data through a free and open data policy in the year 2008. The European Space Agency had a similar approach through its Earth observation policy in 2010. Now, democratizing remote sensing datasets enabled research organizations, startups, to come up with downstream analytics and make them useful for key sectors like climate change, taxation, disaster management, agriculture, mining, and many more. However, processing large data sets, terabytes of satellite data into insights is a skilled job and requires a lot of computational infrastructure, which was a deterrence for the ecosystem to innovate. However, in the last decade, NASA and ESA have extended their offer by democratizing even the downstream analytics with open APIs. They made the data visualizations easier through their very user-friendly platforms like the Worldview platform that has got more than 1,000 satellite products. Similarly, European Space Agency's Sentinel Hub has got a similar user-friendly Earth observation browser, providing near real-time information across geographies of the world. Now, these open data sets and tools are only getting better with time. In India as well, the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, has sent cutting-edge sensors for Earth observation with superior spatial resolution. However, access to real-time data is a big challenge. ISRO has got a platform called Bhuvan, which provides some of the data sets as open access. But these are mostly historical data sets. Now, under India's new geospatial policy, these data sets are now free for the government agencies to begin with. However, the non-government actors still need to pay. In the last decade, we have seen also satellites from private agencies like the Planet Labs and Digital Globe. They are providing public services with higher spatial resolution and higher revisit rate. Planet Labs makes these miniature satellites for Earth observation. They provide sub-meter spatial resolution and can provide even hourly updates on Earth. The company has got like more than 200 Earth observation satellites currently. In addition to this, we are also seeing unmanned aerial vehicles, commonly known as drones, which are offering new possibilities for intelligence at a very high resolution of 5 centimeters and below. However, they are best used for more targeted geographies when compared with large-scale surveys. There are more than 200 startups of drones in India and drone manufacturers and service providers. This number is also rising fast because very recently our Ministry of Civil Aviation announced new liberalized drone rules. So with this sort of a booming environment, we are finding that the supply side is coming up with numerous options in the country with both paid as well as free options with open access to remote sensing data, open data tools, and open platforms. We have now tried to understand a little bit more on the demand side dynamics through a survey of decision makers from the Supreme Audit Institution, CAG of India. We have done this for officials across 15 out of the 28 states in the country. And this was basically to capture their perspective on the relevance of remote sensing technologies. During this survey, the top 5 sectors emerged as forestry, infrastructure, land use, mining, and urban planning. So these seem to be the most favorite and the sectors which were perceived as relevant for remote sensing by the officials. We have next tried to understand the demand side dynamics further through semi-structured interviews by going deeper into some of the use cases where remote sensing technologies have been applied by the oversight and regulatory agencies. These are also the use cases that have set precedents, among these agencies. So the case 1 is on forestry and conservation. A performance audit on administration of national parks and wildlife was conducted by CAG of India in the state of Karnataka in 2017. The scope of this audit is more than 9,000 square kilometers of land covered by 35 national parks and wildlife sanctuaries across the state. Now, one of the objectives of the audit was to assess if adequate measures were taken to address issues relating to anthropogenic threats like poaching, like forest fires, illegal encroachments, illegal tourism. Now, given the wide scope of audit and the limited manpower, the oversight agency hired consultancy services of Indian Institute of Technology of Science, which is a reputed academic institute in science and technology. The task was to detect encroachment within and around the protected areas through satellite imagery and spatial analysis. So ISC applied land use and land classification algorithms and indicated that more than 30,000 acres of land has been encroached in 13 protected areas. This number stands against the 5,000 acres recorded by the Forest Department. So what was found through remote sensing technologies is 6 times more than what was recorded in the government's records. You can actually see the encroached areas in the image to your left on the map of one of the wildlife sanctuaries. Red indicates the pockets where more than 8 hectares of land was illegally encroached. The oversight agency found this methodology very useful because technology helped them where to probe further. However, due to field limitations, physical verification was not possible. Hence, they could not quantify the economic loss. The audit, however, recommended that state government had to adopt this approach and expedite the action on encroachments. Case number 2 that we have examined is on air pollution regulation, a project which I'm part of and I'm also currently leading it. Air pollution is a severe problem in India. Among the top 30 most polluted cities in the world, 22 are from India. So the sources of air pollution are small and many and spread across vast geographies in the country. This makes it difficult to detect them. To tackle this challenge, UNDP and University of Nottingham teamed up with the environmental regulator in Bihar. Bihar is one of the states in eastern part of India, to try an innovative approach using data analytics. We have developed a Geo-AI platform to detect more than 8,000 brick manufacturing units in the state of Bihar, which contributed to 15% of air pollution in the state. Now, University of Nottingham's research using satellite imagery and object detection algorithms helped us to detect the brick kilns from space. Citizen science was further applied to train the AI algorithms and reach an accuracy of almost 93%. That means if we put a dot on the map saying that this is where a source of air pollution is, there's a 93% chance that it is there using the algorithms. However, this only increased the task of regulator, who was already finding it very difficult to inspect the brick kilns which are already present on their record. So we applied more AI to further classify the images of these brick manufacturing units based on their environmental compliance. We have applied citizen science to train the algorithms and validate the AI algorithms. As you see here on the image, you find the map of the state of Bihar. Purple dots indicate the environmentally non-compliant industries, and light blue color dots indicate the compliant ones. We have concluded that about 50% of brick kilns are using non-compliant technologies and hence polluting the environment. When we presented the results to the regulator, they could clearly see a spatial pattern of higher non-compliance in the southwest and the northwest pockets. Corresponding zonal inspectors are being questioned and reviewed regarding the same. And so this use case provides new intelligence on illegal brick manufacturing units operating without environmental clearance, and also those brick kilns that are using the old non-compliant polluting technologies. So it's a double win for the environmental regulators.
Zveta, perhaps 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we need to move on to the discussion. If you can wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll try to do. Can I get 5, please?
Okay, at most.
Yeah. So this is our third use case, which is more related to property tax. So property tax, as you all know, is the annual amount paid by a landowner to the local government. The property includes tangible real estate, house, office building, and the property rented to others. Now, the challenges to property tax collection includes inaccurate enumeration and undervaluation. So the Economic Survey of India, led by a think tank under the Ministry of Finance, applied spatial analysis to Landsat data to classify land use of cities into built-up and non-built-up areas. As shown in the images, these are the images of 2 different cities, Bangalore and Jaipur. The built-up and non-built-up area has been classified using the algorithms, and it was found that these 2 cities were collecting only 5 to 20% of the property tax potential. This indicates not only magnitude of inefficiency, but also potential geographies of corruption. So this was an innovative approach which was applied in other cities as well, with more advanced technologies, which helped in recovering more property tax in the years to come. The final case is on illegal mining. This was again in the state of Tamil Nadu. This was again done by the Supreme Audit Institution. So this is a very interesting case where illegal mining has been detected through a combination of both Google Earth Engine as well as drones. So drones were used to estimate the amount of illegal excavation done during this process, during illegal mining. And the quantification of corruption was clearly indicated as $10 million in the state. So the state government was then directed to take action based on the audit observations. So what we understood from this process, mostly we were interviewing the early adopters of remote sensing technologies. We have seen that the agencies were able to see a lot of value here. They were able to provide valuable spatial and temporal information. Remote sensing technologies again helped in detecting potential geographies at the risk of corruption. Of course, you don't know who has done it, but you at least know which pockets have a higher risk of corruption. They help in overcoming human resource constraints, at the same time help in deterrence of corrupt practices. However, there is one tricky part here, which is georeferenced data sets. If they are not available, it is very difficult to conduct such analysis. Also, it's important for remote sensing to be integrated into the workflows of the oversight and regulatory agencies. Field verification and ground truthing is very important to quantify corruption. This is where we have seen limitations in the human resource capabilities and capacities. However, we also need new methodologies to kind of look into the population insights, because most of the oversight agencies deal with samples and not population. We have also analyzed various challenges through the technology organizational environment framework. So these are the technologies that are available for everyone in the country, and audits are happening across. But why is it that in some states we are able to see applications coming up and some other states we are not? So skilled manpower in GIS and analytics was found as one of the major challenges at the organizational level. At the same time, buy-in from senior management and effectiveness of the primary research were also indicated as important challenges. At the ecosystem level, we have seen that research and innovation ecosystem for remote sensing is lacking in certain states. And at the same time, it's also important to have a proper legal framework to take action eventually. So these are some of the points for discussion. So what we have seen from the various cases and interactions is that institutionalizing remote sensing technologies for the key sectors that have been already identified and already popular amongst the bureaucratic circles is important, and this can be done through top-down approaches. It is also important to embrace open data platforms and peer-reviewed research as potential sources of evidence. So what is evidence and what is not evidence is a topic for further discussion, especially when we are seeing this new age evidence coming at the population level using remote sensing technologies and drones and through numerous other means, artificial intelligence. We have to kind of revisit what we consider as evidence and what is not. And how do oversight and regulatory agencies also look into this problem? We're also seeing that citizen science, social audit, so these are some of the important, interesting instruments that have come up in the recent past, which help us to deal with manpower constraints. So I think these are also some of the things that can be explored further. Similarly, new methodologies to absorb population level insights as against sampling. And do we eventually promote automated action along with automated insights or not is up for discussion again. However, it is important to invest to strengthen in-house technological capabilities, at least in asking the right questions in order to identify the corruption. At the same time, to eventually take the action to complete the loop, to take this to a logical end, we need to strengthen the legal framework for stronger autonomy of the oversight and regulatory agencies. I'll stop here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sveta, for the presentation. Jim, if you want to take it over now.
Okay, thank you, Erica, and thank you to all three of the presenters for the nice presentations and interesting bodies of work. So I have a few remarks. I'll go kind of in reverse order from the way that the presentations came in. So fighting corruption from space, of course, I love the title. I imagined lasers coming down or something, but it's actually something much more practical, which is understanding a little bit of follow-up. We've all heard about remote sensing and these sorts of tools, and I really enjoyed the approach of trying to follow up not just with the sort of great stories of what was accomplished, although that's very important to know, but also what are the important elements of being able to use that sort of technology in an effective way. I was struck particularly by some of the charts right towards the end of the presentation on challenges that are being faced technologically. It seems to be less of an issue. Challenges that people were remarking on were more of the human challenges, developing the skills to be able to implement the remote sensing. And all of this, I think, has important implications for a main theme of the symposium, which is the links between data and policy reform. And part of our interest in the symposium is to be able to take away some lessons for what is needed to enable better use of data and technology for controlling corruption. To use some of the one of the catchphrases from the World Development Report in 2016, we want to understand the analog complements that are needed to be able to make these technologies work. And I think the presentation covered that well. Francesca's presentation is, in a way, it's something that's tried and true, doing surveys of public officials, households, businesses, and being able to draw insights from that. And I think it's very helpful to distinguish, I guess, two broad different ways that data can be used to help control corruption. One is in a very specific way, like remote sensing, finding illegal mining, that sort of thing. We heard this morning about data analytics for detecting fraud in health insurance. But there's also the use of data to improve our understanding in general about the features of public administration, of internal organization that make corruption more or less prevalent. And I think some of the findings that Francesca reported are very similar to findings that we tend to see consistently. And these are things like the importance of meritocracy in hiring and firing in the public sector. And I think maybe I'm seeing what I'm accustomed to seeing, but we see this in history, but we also see it in the data, that this is something that's extremely important. Francesca also highlighted managerial skill as being something that was important for explaining the outcomes. I'm not terribly worried about the subjectiveness of the questions, and I've done similar sort of analysis myself years ago. From an econometric perspective, I'm sure some people would have questions, but all of the questions are subjective, and it's still interesting that in country after country we tend to find similar sorts of patterns. I would say also there's a resurgence in interest in this sort of approach. Our colleagues at Bureaucracy Lab are still carrying out surveys of civil servants and public officials about their internal organization, and some of those are also including questions on corruption, which is very important. In a way, it's easier now with technology because you can do surveys even during a pandemic to a larger sample through online surveys, of course, with proper sample selection, identification, et cetera. But my real question, I guess one question I'd like to pose for Francesca is about the follow-up for this. And you don't necessarily have to have an answer, but I'm interested in your thoughts. The follow-up when the politics of enacting some of these changes are so difficult. And I think that's something also we need to think about when our data analytical work points in a certain direction. That's very helpful, but it's not sufficient to make the change. But I'm interested in your reflections on that. And finally, on the first paper that we heard from Danielle, I thought this is a very interesting think piece on some different approaches and how they address some challenges that we find with data analytics, challenges surrounding privacy, challenges surrounding the distributed nature of information. And I guess, and it was educational for me to have heard about some of these things. But one of the things that I always wonder when I hear about these sorts of approaches is the cost to them. So for example, the distributed ledger technology, and I wonder if that's something that you've included in your discussion. So I'll stop here and turn it back to Erica and to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much for this thought-provoking discussion, the beginning of the discussion. So perhaps we can take in the same order, perhaps starting with Sveta, if she has some reactions to Jim's point, and then going back to Francesca for Jim's question, and then Danielle. So Sveta, perhaps you can start.
Sure. Thanks, Erica. And thanks a lot, Jim, for those comments. Very encouraging. So as you rightly said, the bigger botheration amongst these oversight and regulatory agencies were more on the people side, more on the organizational side, right? Like getting the right approvals, having senior management on board to accept these new age evidence as evidence, which can be further presented to the executive. At the same time, skill sets, as you have rightly mentioned, has been a key concern. So the way these agencies have been thinking about the problem was, who will do the GIS analysis? They were expecting that all the primary research would happen within the organization. Now, that has been an interesting dialogue that we have had while surveying or interacting with various middle management and senior management people in the Supreme Audit Institution. But however, over the discussion, they also realized that these are some of the skills that can be acquired from the market. And at the same time, these are the skills that can be, where the bar can also be lowered if you can utilize the open data platforms that are already available. But however, convincing them to use these open data platforms, such as Forest Watch, which is curated by USAID, World Research Institute, and several other international organizations together, does raise a doubt. So they would like to see more of sovereignty in data and data analysis. So that was also a key concern. So, right, you have mentioned it really, you have addressed the core of the issue, which is basically the lack of skill sets and the perception of what skills are required to perform remote sensing analysis in the context of our paper. So thank you. So this is mostly from me. My colleague Kandat Patel is also here. He's my co-author. I would like to check if he would want to respond.
Thank you, Shweta. Very interesting presentations. I have nothing to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sveta and Kandat. Francesca, perhaps you can then next address Jim's question on what is next, what's the follow-up for your research. And I will also add kind of a thought of my own of whether you have thought to what extent also the human capital of kind of the management and individuals involved in each of these different parts of the government can also have a role in the results that you have illustrated.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Jim. So let me answer quickly in two parts, because I know we are running out of time. What next? Remember that our unit of observation, sorry, I really talk like an economist and I'm in jargon, but what we look at are government agency. So even in country where there is very much of a lack of interest in the big anti-corruption reform, we noticed that this agency were interested in improving their performance, especially if there were other agencies in the same country that were performing better than them. Almost like a competition effect that we have noticed under other circumstances. So that to identify some internal organizational mechanism that can be present as a way to improve the performance of the agency is an entry point working at the agency level, not at the government level, to actually be able to trigger at least some discussion on reform, and then to be able to introduce some changes. This is not clearly an easy conversation, as you can say, and while it is easier, for example, in my experience, which is limited to about 15 countries, to introduce and talk about internal audit mechanism, it's much more difficult to talk about the mechanism that support a merit-based hiring process and promotion process within each agency. So also the three mechanisms that I described, there is a different appetite within each government, regardless of the level of corruption. And I think that it requires us as when we are in this role of policy advisor to policymaker, to find way to present what could be the different type of tools that or reform that could be implemented within this different agency. The question that Erika was suggested that we had to try to look and we try to measure level of education within different agencies. I never got the chance to explain. We evaluate the agency level of corruption, quality of the internal organization by taking the average of all the responses of the public official that work inside there. So we also knew public official, the level of education that they had. We knew the level of income that the agency, the public official were receiving. We knew the level of income of the region or the province where the agency was working. We tried to control for many of these different elements. And it was interesting that regardless, a certain result, the one that I highlighted in the presentation remain. The sets of internal organization mechanism, the tendency of municipal government to be more likely to observe corruption, and the fact that if the agency is offering services that citizens or businesses need to go through that agency, and so they have a monopolistic position, then corruption tends to be higher in those agencies. So I think that this is for us something to reflect, and next it will be interesting to actually integrate in some of the work that Jim was mentioning, that the colleague at the Bureaucracy Lab are implementing, not just question about corruption. The beauty of these 10 questionnaires is that they looked at corruption, but they also capture this internal organizational feature that are not often looked upon. We focus either on corruption or we focus on the internal organization feature. Here we had the opportunity to have both in the same survey, so we could do this analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. This was very useful. Danielle, on the last question that Jim posed on the cost of some of the technology that you mentioned, perhaps you could briefly comment on that.
Jim, thanks for the opportunity to talk about it. It's crucial to our work costs because, of course, some of our technologies does not imply on costs per se. For example, the open data catalog is more a change of mindset, procedures, and the way that data is uploaded and managed itself by people that are already doing that. So it's only a shift from doing in one way or to doing in a better way, and even you could receive a better usage and create value, eventually even payable things and solutions. So, but especially regarding distributed ledger technology, costs are a massive problem, because not only of implementing it, because the technology itself and the technicians from the tax agency that we studied, for example, you would be training and some sort of better doing that in terms of technology, but it's not this. The cost of the training of the people from the IT department, but the cost of what it was expended to other systems. So the tax agency that we studied pays a massive contract, not only one, but also recurrent contracts of technical assistance to other systems that many times are redundant, and it would be simplified by distributed ledger technology. We would have only one that would integrate many contracts that are already in place, but it's a bit of a hard inside political question to defend this, because it would imply in a change that it's hard to show that it would be much better, and people would normally say, no, the system is working fine. Yeah, that is also a consideration when we come to the implementation of technology. If the system that we have is already working, why to change? So it's not a silver bullet for every problem. Oh, let's do a blockchain and everything will be solved by that. It's not like that. So we have to see if the benefits would surpass in how much it would be much better, this use of technology, before it could be implemented. And our research shows that it would be very effective, not only creating revenue, but also coping with situations that are very corrupt and even unjust. For example, the legal tax, Brazilian legal system, it says that some kind of tax can be get it back by this automatic system, but it's very hard to prove. And it would be with the DLT technology automatic. So this would be access to a right that already have. So we would have better revenue, even more, because it would cope with evasion, tax evasion. It would be faster. It would be more transparent, so society could see where it's even working, if it is working, where it's going. It would enable other solutions like the one that I mentioned with the car's license and other systems that are not integrated nowadays. And you would also have this this possibility of creating the access to rights. But another cost that I have to mention is the environmental cost, because especially by energy. We have to think when we think about adopting this sort of technology, the cost that we will have to the environment, because it's it's not, if it is very effective to create this kind of mathematical trust, even in situations that this trust is not natural between the agents of this relationship. It is done so by using a huge effort of technology that implies in a huge use of energy. So this cost is also important to put in the count. So we are thinking about costs, and not only economic costs, but also environmental costs. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Danielle. And I'm conscious that we are a little bit over time, so apologies for that, and we will have to close the discussion here. But thank you so much to all our panelists for the great presentations, and of course to Jim for starting the discussion, and for everyone for attending today. Jim?
Thank you, Erica, and to all the presenters. Very interesting, and it was fun to be a discussant this time. So, and I appreciate the responses. So we finished our second day of the symposium. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Washington time, and starting out with a session on corruption in public administration with 2 papers, and this will be chaired by Liz David Barrett from University of Sussex Center for the Study of Corruption. Liz, of course, was on our opening panel yesterday and is also one of our partners in producing the symposium and was on our expert panel. One schedule change to mention, it's now reflected online on the events page, but one of the papers that was to be in that session, How to Reduce Bureaucratic Corruption, Unpacking Brazilian Anti-Corruption Audits by Galileo Kim and Romain Farali, has been moved to the same time but on Thursday. And that was just due to a scheduling conflict. And that is reflected on the agenda that's online. Tomorrow, we're also going to have a special presentation from one of the managers, Malarviji Veerapan from the World Bank, on the World Development Report 2021, which was called Data for Better Lives. And we're going to have a lightning talk from Andrew Hyde from Cambridge University Press. The journal Data and Policy was also one of our partners for the symposium, and the presenters of papers can submit to the journal. It's a peer-reviewed journal, so it would have to go through that process before it could be accepted. But there will be a special issue related to the symposium, and we'll hear more about that tomorrow during that lightning talk. We also have a technical session tomorrow on the power of public data, analytics to deter corruption, and this is from our colleague Daniel Ortega from the World Bank. And the final panel for tomorrow will be using new data sources and methods to measure the impacts of corruption, chaired by Bob Rikers from DEC, which is our research arm. And that's it for today. Thank you all for joining in and participating, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.